design, new accord, yeah, do or die, yeah. Hey, look, everybody with it. Eyes super heavy, I'm moving steady right through the city, lifted. My foot up on the gas, get up out the way of what you want to Michelin. Ties tied away, better ride that or you swimming with the fishes. Try not to get offended. My spaceship is coming, my base steady rumbling. I'm facing my drugs, so I spacing my problems. It's coming together, I'm pacing my steps and it's so crazy. Our patience and time and work, yo, it's a fact I'm true to this shit. You can tell by the rap I'm truly gifted. Look, no lie, I'm high. Perp smoke all in my eyes. I could barely see you through the shade. Who shade on my shine? You focus on my step. You moving backwards. I promise. You lose me in the process. Then I pop up on you like tie-dye. One side, my side. You ride it, you die. Choose wise. Shoot for the star. And I ain't missing 10 for 10 like my shoe size. Send me up. I'm here to stay. I play for keeps till I'm gone. They like what he on. I been in my zone, dog. And you should know that I get mine. Yeah, you get yours. Yeah, who gon' ride? What you do it for? Look, new design. New accord. Do or die, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I get mine, yeah, you get yours, yeah, who gon' ride, what you do it for, look, new design, new accord, do or die, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I'ma win the war, rest assured. Everybody got their level, but we are not one and the same. Crazy position, my aim. I put that on Barack Hussein. Happy to show you for those who don't know, he out of his brain. I hop in your city and shut it down like you gotta be playing. I'm out here, yeah, already. I've been here, I was born ready. It's been clear, I perform better when I'm in the lead and the horns let me. You was good, but the boy better. More clever, plus more effort, make more cheddar. Don't let up, I'm dumb heavy, drop confetti. I'm up with the giants, I don't see no one above me. I brought the beast out the belly just to show shit could get ugly. Understand, I'm about my business, penmanship up at 100 and me dropping fives. The only way that you could be bubbling from the home of gorillas. Yeah, we realer than most. Quick to jump at your jugular if you getting too close. My whole team on the come up, I finna be in the pros. Been on my grind to the sun up, so I'm gon' leave with the goals. You know that I get mine. Yeah, you get yours. Yeah, who gon' ride? What you do it for? Look, new design, new accord. Do or die, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I get mine, yeah, you get yours, yeah, who gon' ride, what you do it for, look, new design, new accord, do or die, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I'ma win the war, rest assured, I'ma win the war, rest assured. Yours, who gon' ride, what you do it for, new design, new accord, do or die, I'm gon' win the war, rest assured.
used to take it a day at a time. I used to wait, but I'm making it mine. Was at the bottom, but able to climb. And look how I rise up. At the top, you gon' find us looking refined, not how you defined us. Can this beat get a moment of silence? This time I'm fired up. I give it my all. I said my moment is now. No laying around. I put my stick in the ground. Just so you know, ain't no mistaking it now. Forget what you make of it. Got my eye on the prize, I'm taking it. Got the fire inside, ain't shaking it. And I'm turning the tide, ain't changing it. I'm the main event. This my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my. Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my. I said it's my moment.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Gauntlet. My name is Formal. Joining me to kick this one off, it's going to be Jake once again here every single day. The man is a workhorse, a machine. Kind of like the Gremlins right now. You're always there at the start of this.
Oh, but Gremlins lose all the time. You could have compared me to a team at least winning, Matt.
Well, I mean, there hasn't really been a team that's been consistently winning. That's been kind of the fun so far of the Gauntlet, I feel.
That is true. I was looking at the Gremlins stats, to be fair. They've always lost to the team that has won it all. So that always feels bad, but at the same time, they've also never won. So,
but that also kind of like goes to show the Gauntlet working as intended, right? We've had, a couple weeks of this already, and every team has run the Gauntlet, it feels like. First, we had the Pioneers going the distance. Then we had, Super Locky and his acolytes, or whatever he would like to call them. This time around, they were able to go the distance and go all the way through. So that bodes well, I think, for the two teams playing today who haven't had as much success.
That's true. We also have Power who haven't won in the Gauntlet. So it is a bit of a brutal format in terms of, you know, all these matches are elimination matches and you got to show up straight away or else you are out.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it rolls. Today is Gauntlet Day, of course. You know, whoever doesn't win out goes back down to the Challengers Series where they'll have a chance to fight through. Those are played, you know, yesterday or on every Saturday. Furthermore, you know, there are points happening this time around as well, as you can see here. So by getting to the Gauntlet, you're getting that bigger share to get yourself in that better spot come finals time. But the big thing is, and which always gets me excited, those 3 fun letters after that 900, 600, that USD, that,
oh, the conversion rate has been juicy. I'm sure the players are very keen to be cashing out and getting those deep runs.
Yeah, that it has been the case, so I think it's going to be a lot of fun. This is what went down yesterday, however. It was a bit of a tougher run on that lower half of the bracket than the upper half. A lot of Game 5s there, but the big story was Serani just looking in impeccable form.
Serani not dropping a game, 3-0ing their rematch with Uncheerful Ends that went to all 5 last week. So they're feeling better with the new team as well. Finn in for Kaka, looking awesome.
Yeah, that was, I think, a big difference maker. Finn looked fantastic. However, I'm hearing rumors on the grapevine Finn might not be playing today, so we'll see the form that Serani looks like. Their first match is going to be up against the Gremlins, and then, as you alluded to before, Power yet to win a series so far in the Gauntlet. They're starting today in the quarterfinal, and that to me is a bit of a shock.
Look how far they've dropped. They can't be happy with that. I mean, technically, theoretically, it means they should have an easier match, but from what we've seen with the Gauntlet runs, it is a tough match anywhere you are in that tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the Gauntlet runs we've seen so far, Pioneers did it first, then it was the Gospel of Locky last week, who also, look, if we want to play that game, Gospel of Locky did technically start in that quarterfinal, so, you know, it was because, unfortunately, Serani had to forfeit the first round. They still ran the Gauntlet, played the first match, went all the way to the end, but maybe it's winning in that quarterfinal spot that could give Power that boost.
Power hoping that. Serani, they ran away scared last week. It was the same matchup up against Gremlins. So this is the match we all deserve.
Yeah, no, this is what we were denied last week, and I'm excited. Really excited to actually get into it and see how that one is going to be looking out on We Ride With It. Serani, of course, going to be Kaka, Fades, and Pagsy. So again, Finn out, but Kaka is back in. Kaka, of course, you know, a fantastic player in his own right, is used to getting some top results, and hopefully, we could see Kaka kind of mimic that form we saw from Finn yesterday.
Kaka looks so confused in his photo there.
Yeah.
The poor guy.
We actually have the Kaka stats for us as well, which is going to be fun. I mean, look at that. #1 in assists and in shots so far. That's not for the team, obviously. That's for all of the 15 players who are playing in the Gauntlet today. So those are some pretty big stats.
That's surprising, because 0.79 assists isn't that high. Maybe the defense in OCE has gotten a bit better, because back in my day at least, if you wanted first in assists, you had to have like 1.2 assist rating or something.
I mean, at that same token too, I do feel like these stats are kind of captured as well from a lot of the challenger runs that they would have done being put in there, because you have to remember too, like they would have played more games, and it would have been the challenger runs from last week that contributes to these stats.
Well, Mac, you're already setting up the excuses for our next players, because Gremlins, all their stats are just in the bin.
Look, hey, but they've been in the big show, right? Like, these guys haven't had to go through the Challenger Series, so they've just been playing, you know, real best of sevens proper Rocket League, Caleb, Cabo, and Laxton. But you are right. They have been struggling to get over that hump where the top 3 teams lie.
We might see them in the Challenger Series next week if they can't step up here. This is the first time I've seen Caleb on camera, so this is a big occasion.
Yeah, he's there. Okay, good. It is somewhat live. I mean, we got our classic Australian internet.
He's been playing for ages, as if I haven't seen him before. Is he just always hiding, or have I just forgotten him?
Maybe a little. I think he hasn't always been, you know, big on the player cams. Cabo, though, whose camera happened to be off, is the player we're going to highlight for this Gremlin side. I mean, is kind of that center role, I feel like, for the team. and has actually been playing a lot more defensive as of late, as you can see by these saves right there, 1.91 average per game, third in the Gauntlet.
Look, I normally love to spin things positively, but it is just hilarious that the best stats on Gremlins are Cobo's 15th and 16th in goals and assists. You're right, he's an awesome player, but they've just had tough matchups in this Gauntlet.
They've never really been able to get that offense firing at a consistent level, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, don't get me wrong, the first week of the Gauntlet, they did go to Game 7 against the Pioneers. And there was that brief moment where, like, okay, maybe this team could do it. Didn't really repeat that performance last week, unfortunately, against the Gospel of Lockheed. But against this Serrani team, with the lineup that tends to always go the distance and always go to Champions Field, it could be that opening for the Goblins.
And we'll see if Serrani can step up. They are a bit of a team of leftovers. Kaka in particular kind of dropping out of those big name teams at the top. So it's a bit of a proving ground for them.
Yeah, it really is. Although I think Serrani, like, they've always been on the cusp of being that big name team. They had those couple top fours, going into the end of the spring split. They were looking like, hey, they are now that number 4 team. A spot that the Goblins have been, like, kind of chasing, I feel like, for a while since they were merged. So this is a battle for what I feel is probably 4th place in OCE.
This does feel really close in terms of power rankings, expectations. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes all the way to Game 7, and I think there's going to be a lot of pride on the line.
Yeah, I do as well. This one has potential to be that proper banger. I'm hoping it goes to Game 7. That said, if you were to drop a prediction, Jake, which way are you going?
I have to go Gremlins. I feel like they're going to be a bit more consistent because they've been playing together a bit more. Obviously, Serrani have been swapping their roster out left, right, and center. So I'm going to back Gremlins, but I'm not particularly confident with it.
Yeah, it would be pretty sweet. That's in my eyes. I'm on Serrani. I feel like Serrani is that team. Like,
okay.
I mean, we didn't get to see this matchup last week, right? So we can't really hold, I guess, that loss against them. It was unfortunately a forfeit. I feel like if Serrani is here and they're all playing, they should be good.
I feel like Gremlins might have that fire in them as well. Now that Gus has ditched them, gone off to win tournaments, they got to prove themselves, prove that maybe that was the wrong decision for Gus, and start getting those big wins, and it starts here.
Yeah, it would be, I think, a pretty amazing story if either of these teams can run that gauntlet difference and can go all the way, but I still feel like if the one team was to continue that tradition, Serrani, they're more likely, in my eyes, to do it. They're more likely to actually run the entire thing, so maybe that's why I'm leaning on them. I don't know if we get the Gremlins miracle run where they beat all 3 of the top OCE teams.
I'm not sure Serrani can do it either. What do you see in them that I don't?
I'm putting a lot of faith in Kaka. A lot of faith. And if they can get to Game 7, that's where the Pagoat arrives.
Oh, true. Pagsy's still been a bit quiet, though. I mean, he talks a big game for a long time. I want to see him live up to that belief he has in himself.
Yeah, I mean, that would be pretty sick. But again, some of that belief is warranted. I still feel he is one of the best, Game 7 merchants in OCE. This isn't, by the way, because I've been harsh on Pagsy, and you know that. This is my way of trying to spin it now into something positive, because I haven't seen him fail at Champions Field, right? I haven't seen him let the team down there. I think that's where the strength really comes from.
I think Pagsy's relatively consistent as well. Like, I don't see Pagsy kind of like having too many inconsistent days, but I still want to see him absolutely pop off outside of those Game 7.
Yeah, I also, for me, my eyes still are also on Fades when it comes to Serrani and how they fit in on this lineup, and if they're going to be the catalyst to ensure consistent top 4s for the Serrani team. So that's kind of where my eyes are at on that squad. For the Gremlins, I do have a little bit more faith in this team, but to go back to the stats that we saw before, and you kind of highlighted it, when Cabo is kind of that lead scorer and like the lead assister, and he's kind of that low down on the rankings, where is Caleb and Laxon? Because these two are supposed to be heralded as like big-time Mechie goal scorers.
Look, hopefully they win this series, so next series we can see maybe some of the other highlights, because yeah, they've all been struggling on the stat sheets, I guess struggling offensively. Like you were saying, they had close series against Pioneers. I'm surprised the stats are that bad, honestly, but these things happen.
I mean, it was a rough week last week. They didn't look their best, unfortunately, when they did go up against the Gospel of Lockheed. So we will see if the Gremlins are able to bounce back. We will see how Serrani looks. Again, no Finn, Kaka back in. And they're able to keep things together. We should be moments away from kicking this one off, and then we will be good to go. But it's going to be an exciting one, a best of 7. Obviously, you know, these series are proper skill checks. You can't say, you know, the best of 5 went by too quick. And I'm excited to see how it plays out.
I am too. I'm expecting a close one. I want to see some back and forths, but you're right. I'm a little worried about Gremlins maybe just getting rolled off the pitch if they start too slow, and it's reminiscent of last week.
Yeah, that actually is a very strong point as well. Hopefully that won't be the case. A lot of eyes should be on the Gremlins to see if they can get that hot start. I also want to end of the kickoffs. You know what I'm talking about. None of those crazy kickoff goals. Hopefully that can be brought to, as look like we're moments away from starting this one off. Just going to wait a little bit longer for all the players to jump into the lobby. And then we should be good to go, as there we are. There's the last member. All right, we're kicking it off now. It's time to put those 5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be the Gremlins in blue taking on Serrani in orange, and we are underway.
Gremlins won the kickoff, but couldn't capitalize. Straight to Kaka, who's looking good on the air dribble, but the defense is there for Gremlins.
Yeah, initial defense is there. No initial kickoff. We all breathe a sigh of relief. That said, Bates has Pagsy underneath. Wanted the 1-2-1. Caleb's going to be able to break it apart. The second touch was a little bit errant from the attacking side, and the result, well, is still a very forward-playing Serrani right now. Fades has a chance to find Pagsy. Caleb intercepts this time.
I'm going to be watching Fades this series. He looked so fun to watch yesterday, so quick. Wavered a bit in his consistency near the end of the day, but at the same time, they didn't drop the game.
No, they didn't, and I think Fades still had a couple of those big oh-wow moments. So I'm with you on that one, and if we are going to see a Serrani run go deep into today, Fades has to be consistent, right? Like, especially when you get into the later matches, you have to be a team of 3. You can't be a team of 1 carrying force. Like Kaka, and even Kaka and Pags, you can't do everything. So I'm with you. Fades is going to be a little bit under the magnifying glass.
That's what we saw last week from the Gospel of Lucky, all 3 players stepping up in their moments. Here's Fades, trying to go for a little tricky fake, but lacking the boost to get anything done.
Not going to find too much. Pagsy as well is going to come off the roof. Caleb with that first touch, but still runs straight into Fades. Next up to be Laxon, looking to go straight down the middle. So far in our first minute and a half, Jake, I have to say, we haven't seen too much from this Gremlin side. First shot coming from Laxon right there. Cabo underneath, though, losing out on that challenge. It's starting off looking like another game where the Gremlins are being held on the back foot.
Gremlins are certainly not doing too well in terms of possession, but Laxon did have a close chance about a minute into the game. He did miss it, but he is looking at least dangerous in front of them.
Yeah, that's what they need him to be. That though, is not what they need Laxon to be. That's a little bit awkward there. Kaka will get bumped off the play. That opens the door for Laxon, who just puts up a bit of an air ball, hoping for the magic touch. Not going to find it this time. Double touch sets up Caleb, though. And that is a good pass to get the first goal.
That is an awesome pass out of Cabo. Double touch. Gets some really nice power there to center it. And look at Fades. No help from his teammates and no chance to save that.
Yeah, just a very unfortunate 2v1 situation. Had to be prepared for Cabo taking the shot instead of turning to the pass. Good choice, too, because Caleb really could have put that ball anywhere on the net that they wanted to with the amount of time they had to line themselves up. Really well done from the Gremlins side. Hoping to see more of that as well. Could see a little bit more right here. Cabo's pop-up doesn't find anyone on the immediate downturn.
Not just yet. Here's Laxon trying to make the play work. Not quite. Cabo's now exchanging air dribbles, both teams. Gremlins setting up these slow plays. Caleb's getting it over a few, but Kaka very consistent in those moments.
Oh, and Cabo almost gets it through. Laxon pulls out, fades. Gets a bit of a risky touch, is able to find it. Still, the Gremlins are keeping the pressure on right now, and we haven't seen Serrani get challenged like this pretty much all of yesterday. Good to see them under the pump a bit. Get them sweating a little. Pagsy's second touch, no way that goes in. Cabo will be able to rotate around.
Kind of close. He had power on that. Could have been a goal, but you're right. It was a bit of a ridiculous setup even to get close. Laxon's looking awkward in defense still. Getting enough work done. Some nice biggies back.
Still sets up Fades, who goes it straight into Caleb right now. I mean, it is an interesting game because, like, Gremlins, again, when you look back at the merge lineup, they were never playing this far back on the regular rim. Like, they to me, they felt like a much faster. They always like deep clears, this like back and forth play where sometimes they would escort across the middle and use their mech Caleb. Maybe should have had that one. Does Kaka have this one? No, not quite. It's a little bit high again as well.
I think it's that addition of Laxon. Whoa! Before we talk about that, here's Pagsy getting the perfect pass to him out of nowhere and finds that top corner.
Yeah, fades. That touch was pretty sick, and Pagsy just straight up faster than Caleb, all perfectly placed. Finally, Serrani gets himself on the board. They've been looking for a while, and now with the tie game, minute 17 left, both teams playing very strong defense. It feels like the next goal wins this one out.
Time's ticking low as well, so you might be absolutely right there. Serrani keeping up the pressure. Kaka could have had that, but the counterattack's on. It gets the save though.
Cabo, well, couldn't really drop it down to anyone on this occasion. 1 minute remaining, and it will be Fades having to get it by Caleb, who took to the roof to find that touch. That's great and all, but there was no follow-up, so Pagsy just picks it right on up and nearly takes it all the way in.
It is cleared the other side. Kaka's a bit awkward here. Leads to Fade and finds Pagsy. Some nice connections. There's another miss from Laxon, and they get punished. Fade gets the nice shot.
We were talking about this yesterday, right? These players that look amazing on offense and then on defense just kind of disappear. Laxon should have had the touch there. Kind of left Cabo in an awkward spot. Fades capitalizing on the mistake, and now it's a 2-1 Serrani lead.
You called Laxon out straight up yesterday, and we're seeing exactly why. He's looking great on offense, but that's a massive mistake to potentially lose game one.
Yeah, and even then, when you look at the offensive stats, Laxon hasn't been there either. I know we didn't look at Laxon on stream yet, that we were going to save that maybe if they win for the next one, but the offensive production that you'd expect from a player like Laxon just has not been coming through, unfortunately. And we know they have the talent, and it should just be considered a matter of time. But if they're going to win the series against Serrani, the time has to be now.
Has to be within the next 10 seconds for this first game. Laxon gets the save. Could have been the nail in the coffin, but Serrani, this pressure is relenting. Laxon is getting the touches.
Here it is.
It's not enough. Serrani take game one.
I thought that could have been the big Laxon moment, right? That could have been where you turned it around. Bit unfortunate he couldn't get under the ball. But fortunately for Serrani, they complete the 1-goal comeback. They come through. They win this game. The shot differential in this one, though, worth taking note of. 5 shots to 11 at the end of game number 1. Serrani, they were just putting on the pressure, it felt like, consistently after the first minute and a half.
Fades' spaceship POV is tripping me out a bit. Needs to stop pretending like he's looking at the ceiling. But you can see they're calm and collected, feeling good, and it was a close game, but Serrani was certainly controlling at least most of the midfield pressure there.
Yeah, they really were. And again, that's a bit of a surprise to me because when you see the Gremlins play against teams that they tend to beat, it is through their midfield pressure and their midfield control. At least it has been in the past. Haven't really seen that much of the Gauntlet yet, but we haven't really seen them have much success in the Gauntlet yet. So midfield control, I still feel is going to be a key point in this matchup. Kaka and Cabo are two of the ones who do it better than a lot. We'll see if that can come through as we do get into game number 2. I think things could be a little bit dire for the Gremlins if they fall short 2 games in a row, even though it is a best-of-7. Again, this team, we've been waiting for them to have that breakout moment. I don't know if it happens if they fall too far behind too early.
Their confidence might be falling. It has to be tough to be losing week in, week out. Power, kind of used to it sometimes, let's be honest. But also have that confidence of being one of those top teams always. I'm sure they have that belief in themselves. Gremlins, it's a new roster. They might be struggling with their mentality.
All right. Then hear me out on this one as Cabo makes a nice save on the goal line. Is it good for them maybe to go down to the challenger scene and just, have a run through there in the challenger event to get themselves, back in winning ways?
Honestly, that's kind of what I was hinting at. I think confidence is important. Those lower bracket runs are so strong in those double elimination formats. And we're starting to see, we've already had 2 deep runs in the Gauntlet. A similar kind of effect probably showing there.
We'll see if it does come through as Fades does have Pagsy behind. Still going to look to go off backboard. Caleb will break it up. Cabo now to the skies. Actually lets that one fall. Kaka, what? That was just a miss. Cabo nearly punishes.
Kabo's had a few moments like that. He did miss playing yesterday, so it might not be as warm as the others. Pagsy, that was a massive chance.
Not game 7.
Not game 7 yet. He'll warm up.
We'll get there. Once we get to Champions Field, he'll be good. Kaka through that corner is going to put one towards Caleb, where it will be caught. Laxon off the wall, too slow to beat out Fades. Waterfalls down. Pagsy actually had to break to avoid getting bumped by Laxon. That's why the pressure didn't continue. And through a couple more back and forth, finally Gremlins get on the attacking half.
It's looking similar to the last game, isn't it? It's been all Serrani, but here's Gremlins. They look tricky. They look dangerous when they are in the offense, but at the same time, the defense is there for Serrani.
Laxon was going for something special, but there were 2 Serrani defenders back, so it was always going to be a tough go at it. Gremlins, they're really trying to shorten the field right now. Very aggressive cuts. Finally, it looks like players are starting to rotate back. Well, Cabo didn't get that message. Another challenge in front of the midfield line. Now you get the booming clear. It's a pass as well, but Pagsy can't beat out Laxon to it.
Gremlins are starting to be more active in their defense. That's
Big
a
demo.
massive demo, but where is anyone? Cabo's so far back.
And they're not able to beat out Pagsy either. It's going to be Fades down the middle. Connect with too much. Kaka, another weird touch for Kaka. This time Cabo is there, down to Laxon, and that's going to be a goal.
This was pretty sick from Cabo. Looked like he was going for that air dribble, but then at the last second finds the pass. Pagsy is utterly confused, and it's a great shot from Laxon.
What happened with Kaka, though? That's twice we've just seen a straight-up whip in the middle of the field.
It's unlucky, Max. It's just unlucky. No, I'm not sure. Kaka might be out of practice in this off-season, not showing up for as many tournaments as he might have to get that consistency back.
I mean, Kaka, I don't know how warm they are either compared to the other members of the team as well, so you are right. That could have an effect on it. I mean, I have enough trust in Kaka's skill that they will start to warm up. A double touch here over Caleb. Kind of evident of that.
There's the confidence. We know he had it in him. And you can see, I guess he wasn't doubting himself either. Very clean double touch. Caleb unable to get there quick enough to cut out the angle. And Kaka makes up for his mistake.
Now with the 1-1 game, it does look starting to look maybe a little bit similar to our last game, where it was the early lead from the Gremlins that kind of fell apart in the second half. I'm hoping for the Gremlins' sake that doesn't turn out to be the case, but it does speak a lot to Serrani and the fact that they do still have that confidence that, yeah, comebacks doesn't matter. One goal, one mistake doesn't matter. They'll find ways back into these games.
Their mentality is looking great. They certainly haven't been phased, haven't been overcorrecting either, and starting to play a bit crazy. I think you may have seen that yesterday from them a little bit. Maybe
Did
another
Pagsy
team.
mean that second touch?
Rocket League players can't help themselves. They see the second touch and they go for it.
Because Fades was coming across the middle, and had they let that ride, Fades had the opening for the shot right there, then Pagsy just hit it that second time. I'm a little bit surprised by that one.
They get away with it. They keep the pressure up. Hobo tries to get the clear past Kaka, but it's no go. Pagsy, here's a great chance, and it's open. Pagsy gets the lead.
Yeah, that was a little bit too quick for the Gremlins to recognize what was happening there. It was an attempt to pass it down. Laxon going for the deep rotation, couldn't get back to the goal in time. Miscue on the pass, and open net for the goal. 2-1 lead for Serrani.
Laxon was in net and then just decided to ditch for boost. It's another goal where Laxon could have done a lot more to prevent it, and it's so reminiscent of the last game.
I just don't think Laxon has the defense mindset. So why not play to his strength? Why not just keep Laxon on the orange side of the pitch the entire game? That's my thinking. Kaka, great touch, makes it 3-1.
Kaka is warming up into this series. It's Laxon again, not the best clear. None of his teammates ready to cover. That's beautiful, quick play out of Kaka.
Just keep him front half. That's what I'm saying. Keep him on the orange side. If the ball's on the defensive side, well, then maybe he can just hunt for boost steals with demos. And then when the ball does get to the orange side, Laxon will be ready. I think that's got to be the go right now. It said Laxon is again third member. Paxy's going to pop it up for Fades, who is going to slowly dribble it straight into Caleb. The 50 goes in the favor of the Gremlins.
We sometimes see that strategy out of like Anthus and Hunter, maybe when they're both feeling comfortable, but I think your team has to be dominating the midfield to pull that off as well. Gremlins have just been under so much pressure that it would just be a straight 2v3 if Laxon wasn't back.
Yeah, well, it's better than a 2v4. Cabo's shot's got to go in, and the Gremlins are starting their comeback.
Better than a 2v4, that is so toxic. But looking at that goal, that was surprising. Pagsy getting a bit greedy, looking for that pass. Combo finds it.
Yeah, that is going to be a nice little goal right there, and that is the production that we're looking to see from the Gremlins right now. They've still got 23 seconds. They can pull this one back together. Laxon over the top. This is the chance, but Kaka gets just enough of the touch to keep it away. 13 seconds to go.
He beautifully sets up this pressure play. The Kent Gremlins make a goal out of it. They've run out of time. 5 seconds remaining. Caleb's playing it slow. He has the flip. He gets it over a few, but it's just staying in this corner.
And we'll see if Laxon can find something straight into Kaka, and down it goes. Serrani now up by 2 in this best of 7.
I know you said best of 7s. They won't have the excuse of the best of 5 running away from them, but it's feeling like a similar situation here. One more game for Serrani. It's 3-0, and did you say it's a timeout?
It's a timeout.
Perfect.
Immediate timeout from the Gremlins at the end of that one, and they need it. They need that reset. They need to get their head back in this game right now because, yeah, like they've had good starts and then immediately dropping the ball, giving up that lead. The defensive miscues, not really what we want to see. But I mean, you can say the same thing about Serrani as well. Like, neither team has looked poised in a lot of their defensive attempts.
It's been 2 close games. It's been 2 games of Gremlins starting out with the lead, and then, Serrani coming back, and then kind of being pretty close to end it. But at the end of the day, it's 2-0 up for Serrani, and Gremlins can't afford to have these close games anymore.
I always wonder, I'm not going to name names on this one, I'll keep it hidden, but I always wonder what situations we're in where a player has to like double check how many games they're supposed to be playing.
I'm surprised Pagsy asked if it was a best of 7 as well, to be honest.
You're calling it. I tried.
You got to call him out. No, Pagsy is he's just here to play, Max. I mean, like, it doesn't matter too much whether it's a best of 5 or a best of 7, but at least he's checking now.
I think he was just surprised because I think it was the timeout that warranted. He's just like, wait, what's going on? Wait, we can call timeouts for playing 7? All right. I don't know. That could affect the mental a little bit if you think, all right, we're now on match point, we're 1 away, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, actually you're only halfway there. I'm reaching. I'm reaching.
It's the first time they've been in this 4th, 5th match. Again, they got that forfeit win last week.
Yep.
But no, it's best of 7s all the way through the gauntlet if you want to make the run.
Yeah, it is a long run, but it's a long run, that a couple teams have already done. I mean, Pioneers were in this position, just a couple weeks ago. They won 4 best of 7s in one day. They wound up being the week 1 champs. Maybe if Serrani continues this form, they can also be the week 3 champs right now. They're 2 games away of getting over the Gremlins. See if the Gremlins are going to be able to start to bring it back. I feel I'm with you what you said before. This is must win for the Gremlins. Going down 3-0 in any best of 7 is usually that death sentence.
I'm not sure what they would have talked about because we haven't seen Gremlins winning for a few weeks. I'm not sure what their winning formula is, but it certainly hasn't been what we've been seeing out of them.
No, it has not been. And also I want to take note, people in the Twitch chat calling for the Laxon Dominus are going to be disappointed still on the Fennec as well. Not feeling like they need that card change. Here's Fades though, a moment. They go for the pass instead of the shot and the team wasn't ready for it.
Oh, he ran out of boost. You're right. If he had the boost, that was 100% going to be a shot. Would have been a beautiful clip. We got straight back to the other side. It's a bit of a scramble defense, but Cobbo is too slow. Goes back to his half.
That's not something I'm used to hearing as well. Cabo usually super quick and decisive in those types of situations, was just a little bit too far back. And now Caleb nearly has it. Oh, didn't quite finish the play. Fades was in the way a bit there. 1 minute in, a couple near chances for both teams. No opening goal just yet.
Straight back to their half. The Gremlins still struggling with that pressure, maybe rushing their opportunities. It was a great chance for Caleb with that ceiling play, but they weren't able to keep pressure after it.
No, not on this moment. As we are going to see FaZe looking to drop down to anyone. Finds the attacking team instead. Still, Serrani, they're starting to use some passes. Kaka with a chance straight down the middle. It's a goal.
How? This was way too easy. Look at Kaka. He's like in his own half. Not even particularly quick to that. It's just Caleb fake challenging, expecting some teammates behind him, but no one was there.
Yeah, and defensive miscues happening again from the Gremlins. The communication not on point, players not where they need to be. It's been an unfortunate series of events for them. First time we've seen them give up the opening goal as well, and in a game where they needed to take a step forward, it's not really what they were hoping to see.
There's a potentially good pass. Cobo gets the shot. Caleb and Cobo connecting again. These nice team plays. This nice pass outfield with the pace has been catching Serrani off guard, but what a beautiful shot to finish it.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but like the first goal is actually looking cursed today. Normally the first goal is like the tone setter, the one that tells us who's more than likely going to win this game, but every single goal we've seen to open up one of these matches has been immediately answered.
And then further, not even just answered, that said the team to then win. So we'll see if that trend continues. Gremlins are going to have to keep up the pressure. It's a great pass forward to Caleb. He has the flip reset. This could be a great goal. Might set up Laxton, but maybe that's not the touch he was after.
In this situation, Cabo from underneath will leave it for Caleb. Kaka still able to brute force them off the play. Cabo, it's a free touch. Fades was able to rotate back, though. Maybe it had been a little bit tighter. I don't know. We're nitpicking at that stage. Either way, Kaka will get the clear.
Smashes it down to the other side. Here's Cabo. Sets up Caleb. Fades, flies past the ball, but the pressure is on. It's a pass to Kaka, but finished not there.
It was a free touch, and it was a free shot. You'd expect Kaka to be a bit more accurate in that situation. They didn't want to go low, though, because there were two defenders there, so it was a narrow window. Just didn't really come through. Either way, Fades looking to drop it down for Kaka. Cabo gets enough to disrupt it. Laxton wants to touch it forward, so instead touches it straight into Kaka. Big bump, still opens up Fades. Whoops for the double. Cabo takes it away.
He's following it as well. He's going to get a big clear over Kaka's head. Gremlins keep this pressure. That's what they've been struggling with. Laxton is very patient, trying to set up a pressure play, but straight to Fades.
As they do connect over to Kaka, they can't go too far with it. Now we'll see what they can do. Cabo, it's a bit of a dunk play. Catches Fades off guards. Laxton, though, wanted to slow play the challenge. Doesn't work out in their favor. Now Fades has made two defenders miss. This could be good for Serrani. Pass down. Here's Pagsy. Shot. It's saved by Caleb.
Pagsy's been so clinical in these situations, but that shot was too soft. Almost a nice musty from Caleb to save.
Watching Caleb do musties across the middle of the pitch is the reason why I fell in love with this player to begin with. There was those moments there, like his musty clears. Good to see they're still able to go back to them. Didn't really work out on that time, but I kind of feel that as like the certified Caleb classic.
Caleb is a very
Pagsy
player. Pagsy, so tricky, so quick in those moments. Gremlins feels like they've sharpened up their defense, however.
Yeah, they have been. Both teams looking a little bit stronger on that defensive side. Granted, we haven't seen too much of Serrani's defense in this game. As we hit our final minute of regulation, getting ever closer to that overtime. It will be Kaka making players miss. Fades was behind, but the ball rolled a little bit too far towards the sideline, so we're not going to get the shot just yet. Another opportunity. It's a pass and a swing and a miss from Kaka.
Serrani setting up so much pressure. Gremlins are struggling to keep it out of their half. Look at Fades now, the one to fly in. It was very awkward with that save. Has been good at following his touches. Stopped by Kaka. Serrani looking awkward now and sent to the other side.
Laxton swings, Laxton misses. Pagsy still going to pop up something. Finds Fades. Yeah, Cabo in a position to play keep away. Still winds up in Kaka's favor. Has Fades underneath. They look to gel. The jam doesn't come through. Pagsy gets demoed as well out of that corner. Here comes Fades again. Wanted the dunk. Doesn't find it. A chance for Cabo to dribble it far. Gets intercepted by Kaka. Chance for the 0-seconder. Fades is outside the box. Kaka plays it tight. Here comes Pagsy. Again off the wall. Fades won't get underneath, but Caleb will. And now we're going the other way. The Gremlins with an opportunity. Laxton went for the bump, but the ball hits the ground.
Let's look at dangerous. Caleb did a great job keeping that up. And we go into our first OT. See which team can hold their nerves. It is far more important for Gremlins, however, to win this one.
Yeah, it is so much on the Gremlins side. We'll see what they're going to be able to piece together. It will be Fades. He's going to drop it down. Get that next touch. It's a bit of the breakaway, but they don't find the third. That will allow the Gremlins to slow it down, and Caleb even gets the touch over the top of Kaka. So now we get to see the blue team on the attack again. It's a pivotal goal needed for the Gremlins. They don't want to go down 3-0 in this series. Fades could punish. To the skies we go. No, looks for the reset. Cabo reads it.
Great defense out of Cabo. He's left all alone. Fades unable to outplay him. Caleb can't get the touch over. Tricky for Laxton. Laxon actually passes straight to Fades, who passes to Kaka. His third teammate's not there.
This situation, Fades wants to find Pagsy underneath, but it was a little bit awkward. Kaka's still there to push it through. All the Gremlins defenders staying back, and now this could be dangerous. Fades again backboard. That's going to set up Pagsy. 2 defenders commit, but Pagsy couldn't get the read, and now Kaka alone versus Laxon. Flick. No, Pagsy dives from behind. Still finds a way to get to that save. Cabo as well won't get past Fades.
Gremlins almost set up some pressure. Look at that. Kaka out of nowhere, flying through with a big dunk. Laxon is so good in these situations. Off his backboard, tries to set up Cobbo, but the defense is still rock solid for Serrani.
Wow. That said, Fades burnt a lot of boost without not a lot of reward. Now they're getting bumped by Caleb as Kaka just kind of plays with the ball. Trying to buy time, I think, for the defense to settle themselves. Boost stolen by Laxon, so I don't know how ill-fated this attack from Serrani is likely to be. Pagsy actually gets past one. Kaka's still there. Small field. And in the end, Caleb will still get the beat back down the other side. Laxon with a bit of pace. Yearly does get to the backboard, but there's no follow-up underneath until the Cabo shot fades with the save.
I feel like Laxon could have scored that. It was pretty obvious the Serrani member was missing, and they still are unable to keep pressure. Laxon, that's a great first touch. Gets it center, but look at Serrani still rock solid in that goal.
Yeah, and Serrani, they're not playing afraid of Laxon, it feels like. Like normally, you know, when a player of Laxon's mech is pushing forward like that, you get, you know, 2, sometimes even 3 defenders committing. But yeah, the Serrani has just been doing a good job at reading the situation and not overcommitting on these Laxon approaches, and that's been really stifling the Gremlins' attempts to get like a sustained attack or a dangerous attack really established.
Both teams' defense has been excellent in this OT. 2.5 minutes in. That is not the best time for Caleb though. Serrani smelling blood in the water and pushing forward. Kaka gets the shot, but Laxon is there.
And now with Caleb underneath, with Cabo also just behind, this is more that established attack, that better format we were looking for, but then Caleb misses the ball. Oh, had Kaka got the better challenge right there in the middle of the field, we would have seen a bit more. A bit of a mistouch from Fades as well. Actually opens the door for Paxi. Has Fades. They connect. Shot. It's high and wide.
Caleb follows. Very awkward. Gets it center to Kaka, but Kaka hesitates. Fades is backwards. I'm not sure what Serrani's doing, but Gremlins aren't capitalizing the best here.
They haven't been able to this entire overtime. Laxon's been the only one who's been able to drive the ball forward consistently. And then it feels like Laxon doesn't score, better rotate back to defense. And that's just not going to be the winning answer. They need a bit more on this Gremlins attack, and maybe it'll come here. Once again, it is Laxon leading the charge, but this time Fade shuts it down early. Cabo did get Pagsy to bite before they controlled it. Now through that corner, Caleb behind. They've got the 1-2 punch, but they might only need one. Cabo doesn't get it done on the solo play.
The goal line defense is just incredible. It looked like Cabo had that. But still just too many defenders in his way. Gremlins back into their own half and still scoreless in his own team.
Yeah, we're nearly 4 minutes into this one. Both these teams just struggling for realistically any dangerous touches right now. I mean, don't get me wrong, for the Gremlins, it does feel like they understand the situation if they lose this game. Serrani, I'm surprised, aren't taking more risks on their own end, though. I feel like they're the team with less to lose. Laxon's angle almost catches Serrani off guard.
Almost is not enough. Serrani have been so good. Kaka off the ceiling, sets up Pagsy. It's a good shot, but Caleb is there. It's not the best clear. Fades comes in for the shot, and it is a banger. Fades gets the lead. It's 3-0 now in the series, and Gremlins are in trouble.
So this play was set up when Serrani finally intercept a pass from Cabo to Laxon across the middle. That again, it had been the same setup. It felt like 3 or 4 times in a row. Finally, Serrani's defense got that little bit proactive. It was then 2 attackers forward, 1 defender back, Caleb on his own. As Serrani was approaching them, he did what he could to buy time, but it just wasn't enough. Eventually, that shot is found, and it was going to be drilled. Good turnaround, good play by Serrani to win that overtime, and now 1 game away from a matchup against Power.
Gremlins get punished. It felt like they were in control of that OT for the entire 4 minutes. Serrani did not have much going on for them, but all it takes is that 1 breakaway, and all that advantage is for nothing.
And I want to go back to the Gremlins' mindset in that it really felt like they were relying too much on Laxon to make too much happen on the forward half of the field without giving the proper backup afterwards. Serrani was playing so far back. They were playing such deep goal line defense, and it just... There was no follow-up after that first defensive touch from the Gremlins. Like, after Serrani made that first challenge, the second attacker was never there.
This would be a disaster for Gremlins to go down 4-0 out of the Gauntlet, which they earned their great seeding in. It is not gelling for this team right now, and they're looking at needing to reverse sweep a Serani, which they haven't been able to take a single game on.
No, they haven't. It's been rough for them. I'm a little bit surprised that we've gone to this stage, but you also have to remember, too, every single game to this point has been determined by one goal.
You're right. They've been very close games, but at the end of the day, wow, Fade's actually almost getting an insane goal. At the end of the day, close isn't good enough.
No, it isn't. There is no, oh, you almost did it award as Paka finds the first goal 14 seconds in.
Just has so much space, but uses it beautifully, and there's a player there chasing some demos, allowing Kaka to cook. Gets the goal.
Yeah, gets a nice goal. Sorry, okay, there's a random dog in my backyard. That's fun. Anyways, we're gonna see, yeah, sorry I got a little distracted there. We don't own a dog, by the way. So when there's a dog running around in the backyard, it catches my eye. 4:35 to go. Fades nearly puts it in.
Bagsy now might get a chance. Gets to the corner. Still on the back foot.
So, bit of a shocker there. Still Bagsy. I'm sorry, I just...
You scared of dogs, Max?
Look, I'm not the most comfortable around dogs, but it freaks you out as Paxi puts in the goal, 2-0 lead. It freaks you out a little bit when all of a sudden there's just a dog head. So my desk is put up against the window, right? So the window is right behind it. And all of a sudden this dog head just pops up next to them. I'm like, what? What's going on here?
You're safe in your room, Max. Don't worry, he won't get to you.
It was I'm sure it's fine. Pagsy! Oh, that was a scary touch. See, that touch scares me more. That touch scares
I'm scared for Pagsy. Oh, sorry, not for Pagsy. I'm scared for Gremlins, let's be honest. They're down in this must-win game, but there is plenty of time left.
There is time going together. We'll see if they can... They need something now, though. Laxon with a chance. It was crossbar. Fades pushes it out. That one was close. Caleb now goes across the middle of the field. Do we see the Caleb musty? We see the Caleb reset, but Fade still keeps it away.
Caleb's so good at sticking close to that ball, but Serani have been so calm in defending these solo plays. Kobo pumps Kaka out, knows what he's capable of. Caleb's going to get another chance. The reset is ready. Gets it to the ground. Getting so much patience out of Serani. They are not afraid.
They're not. They are very, because they know the situation. They know how in control they are. Cabo, though, has Caleb. It's too fast. I mean, it was a slow pass, easy to read, easy to catch. Still 3 minutes left in this one. Pagsy could almost put this game on ice if they get the solo play. Too strong of a defense, though. Caleb helps escort into the opposite corner. Eyes on Fades right now as they look for it. Doesn't get the dunk on Cabo.
Wow, Cabo, risky save. That's what they needed. Caleb has the dribble, but it's straight to Pagsy and it's over Laxon. Cabo tries to keep the pressure forward, but look, he's all by himself. That might be enough. It is! Past two players out of nowhere. Cabo gets the goal.
Yeah, that was a good touch from Cabo, just straight down the middle, and it got, all the defenders fighting, but still able to beat it out. That could be the solo play that could ignite this Gremlins team. We know they needed some forward momentum after that last game. Hopefully they can build off of it, and that's not how you do it, Jake.
That is absolutely not how you do it. We can't escape the kickoff goals, even in the Gauntlet. It's the exact same from what we've been seeing time and time again. The close cheat gets punished and ends up straight in their net.
Yeah, Fades, had the better read right there, was able to drive it straight through. But it is a pandemic that is happening in this event, those types of kickoff goals. And they're always at the least opportune moments as well. It's never like the exciting, 1-2 turnaround. Now the team has the lead. No, it's usually the team with the lead just pushing further and further ahead.
It's definitely disappointing to see in the Gauntlet. But, Gremlins might not be in the Gauntlet for long. That is a challenger level goal to let in. They need to step up here to prove their worth. And I guess that's a way to do it, but that is a massive mistake out of Serani.
What Fades? Oops. That's usually so routine. It's too routine. I think that was just a brain-off moment.
I'm not sure either. He wasn't remotely close to that. Just a massive misread. It was just no lead, a 2-goal lead. Now it's going to be close, although Kaka gets the mid-air dribble. It's another kickoff goal.
I'm sorry, did you think an exciting comeback was happening? Here's another kickoff goal, and guess what? It's the air dribble demo. Reddit's favorite, making it a 4-2 game.
That was well executed by Kaka. That was actually really clean. Very dirty, of course. Can't respect that one. But
apparently, I guess you are a Redditor too. I like the air dribble demo, man. I think they're sick.
I think they're impressive as well. But Fades just putting Gremlins further and further down. This is getting tough to watch.
Yeah, I think that Kaka goal might have been the killing blow. That one looked a bit demoralizing, and then when you follow it up with another quick goal, three points needed, under 2 minutes. You never like calling it early, but I'm kind of feeling it right now that it's going to be the sweep, unless Cabo still has some fight left in him.
Gremlins have not given up. They went for a fake kickoff, and it works out. Look how aggressive all their players were, how quick they were. And a beautiful shot from Cabo past Fades. They are absolutely still in this.
And that's the exact kind of gambit that you need when you think all is said and done, because 2 goals is a lot more achievable than 3 when it comes to Rocket League. Let's see if they can make it down to 1 right now. Fades with the first challenge, loses out to Cabo. That will leave it in possession of Lax. Has Caleb, has Cabo, can go to either. We cross pitch it across. Fades has a peek. It's going to waterfall down. Agsy underneath, doesn't have the read on Cabo.
There's another fake kickoff, but that one didn't work out as well for Gremlins. Oh, this is looking bad, actually. They're all on the back foot. They're all looking awkward. Fades?
No. Fades?
Finish. Kaka can, though. The dunk is too much.
You say Kaka, I say Cabo got the finish here as we watch this one again. Yeah, Kaka's touch was there, but it comes off Kaka, or it comes off Cabo down and in that lower corner.
Gremlins cannot catch a break. They're looking at getting 4-0'd in this series. What is happening? Fades almost getting a kickoff goal. It actually sets up Laxon, but defense is there.
Defense is there, and it should hold on to the end. It's going to be a victory for Serrani. Caleb up to Fades. Demos in the net. Might not matter. Under a minute to go. Laxon puts a shot on. Fades. Great backboard read to make that save. And yeah, it's going to be a Serrani sweep. Not the result I was expecting, even though it was kind of leading towards the Serrani win. They're looking a lot more solid than I expected them to.
Absolutely. I was surprised as well. I mean, I thought Gremlins were going to take this, honestly. And they're still showing up, but I think it might be a little too late.
This is just another good little Caleb goal. Sets up that double. Kaka had to go for the diving save. Wasn't going to find it in time. I mean, the mech is still there for the Gremlins. Like, they still have the capabilities to kind of make those upsets, but unfortunately for them, as that almost goes in. And we would have had a game again. Caleb's going to be kicking himself after that.
It was another fake kickoff. It worked perfectly, and then what a shot. Barring down. Here's another chance. The power is there, but Serrani back in time, parking the bus, time ticking down. Gremlins have run out of time.
Okay, I want to go back to our discussion yesterday. Playing like you're about to lose all the time. Just tricking yourself into feeling that way. Those were the most exciting plays it feels like we'd seen from the Gremlins this entire series. And imagine that they played like that, you know, from the opening minute.
I can only imagine, because they certainly did not. They got 4-0'd. 4 close games. But they have absolutely got to be disappointed. Serrani aren't. They're all giggling. They're ready to take on, who is it? Power next, right?
Yeah, Power.
That is tough to face at this point in the bracket.
It's like that. It's reminiscent, you know, of those double Elam brackets where you get a big win, you feel really good, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, how come Power is here? What are they doing down here? This doesn't seem right. And, well, here we are. It's just a Power thing to do, but you are right. That is going to be our next match. It's going to be Serrani versus Power. We're going to take a break, and when we return, it's the quarterfinals of Week 3 of the Gauntlet.
Welcome.
Yeah. How do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stuck when you my size. Man, this my, I said this my moment. I said this my moment. I came here to own it. Man, this my moment. Man, this my, I said this my moment.
Welcome back. Game 1 in the books. I was right. Jake was wrong. Serrani got over the Gremlins. They moved on, and now it's time for Serrani to make that Gauntlet run, right? Now they're the team that's poised to do it, go all the way, win 4 in a row.
That was a very yummy Cheeseman intro. It was. I'm impressed.
I learned from the best. I learned.
Is it all that anger from Yummy calling out your mispredictions just bubbling to the surface?
I have to own it now whenever I get one right, okay? And with those once in a blue moon moments, they have to be everything for me. But yeah, Serrani, look, they just 4-0'd the Gremlins. It was a bit of a shocker, actually, that the Gremlins couldn't take a game considering how close those first 3 matches were. But I do worry for Serrani and their chances moving forwards because Power, a team we're not used to seeing this far down unless it's a double elim bracket, it feels like this probably is where Serrani's run ends.
But they've had a similar story to Gremlins, unable to win a game in the Gauntlet, coming out of their honeymoon period perhaps. Maybe things are not going too well in the power camp. It might be the perfect time for Serrani to take them out.
I think you don't hit the panic button unless they lose this series, though. Only because, again, Gospel of Loki, Pioneers, those are two high-quality teams that, like, yes, as a team, your expectation is always to win. But when you take a step back, you kind of expect those matches to be closer. You kind of expect those ones to be closer to a 50-50 type situation. Whereas Serrani is a team, if you're Power, you come in with the expectation that you can beat these guys, especially considering, you know, the caliber of players that Power is kind of bringing to the table right now. But you're right, though. If there is doubt, if there is, you know, a poor performance today, then maybe, yeah, it is time to hit that panic button.
And I've got to say, with the stats, when I saw Pagsy's stats, I was like, look, he's just farming the Challenger Series. These are, I don't care about these stats. But Pagsy stepped up. He was a big offensive threat, scored a ton of goals in that series, and shows that those stats are not just, you know, the fortune of the seeding.
Okay, like, counterpoint. Remember, like, you have to remember, too, like, where a lot of these stats were taken from. How many times did Serrani go to Game 5 to qualify last week? All right? That's Pagsy's home ground. That's where Pagsy is at his best at Champions Field. So they put themselves in the best of position to inflate. No, Pagsy has been incredible, actually. Like, Pagsy has been doing fantastic. But this Power team, I mean, not only do they come with the hype of their own video, which is absolutely sick.
That is
might
pretty
I add.
gangster, isn't it?
But, like, they are that team. Like, they're still, even though they haven't won one of these Gauntlet weeks yet, I still can't help but see this squad as, like, the big bad, what should be the final boss of OCE.
What should be the final boss, Max? They look so happy in that B-roll footage, but now look at them in their dark bedrooms, man. It's not the same. I'm worried for their mentality. I think they need some wins.
I think Torso's just looking pretty happy. It is light. Okay, Fever always...
Banana Head's gone dark mode, though. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the worst depression out there.
That is true. Banana Head going pitch black. Yeah, it's the nice, you know, lighting gradient we have going on right now. Fever, though, is the player we're going to be highlighting right now.
Oof.
And yeah, just not the big stats we're used to seeing from Fever. I think the big one, even though it's arguably the least relevant stat, would be that score at 10th, because normally Fever is, I don't want to say a role player, but isn't like the flashiest one, isn't the one pulling off the craziest goals, but is always around on the plays. And, well, yeah, seeing them at 10th there is a bit concerning.
Again, I love hearing you take the positive spin, because I can't help it. That's the best we have from Power. Just 0.5 average. We're used to seeing these guys at like 1.5. Crushing everyone. It has not been Power's tournament.
Yeah, give them 1 week in the Challenger Series, and you'll see those numbers again, though. Like, you'd have to kind of think of it like that. Again, their matches have been, against a Pioneers team, which was in peak form and went on to win the Gauntlet, and then a Gospel of Loki team, which was in peak form and went on to win the Gauntlet. Like, it just hasn't been their turn to be that hot team yet. And I'm going to throw in my prediction right now, just like my crazy prediction yesterday that Weeaboo is going to go all the way to the finals at Worlds. It's going to be Power going to the finals here and winning Week 3 of the Gauntlet.
Winning? You're calling them winning before even seeing them?
Yeah.
Dude, you're a true dreamer, Max. I love it. I love it. I'm even unsure I want to predict them in this series. I mean, I will, but I'm a bit unsure about it.
Dude, I'm just so jazzed up after getting a prediction right finally that last time. I'm going all the way with Power now. The confidence is there, Jake. You should understand. 5 minutes on the clock. Here we go. It's going to be Power in blue, Serrani in orange, underway, and it's Bates off the roof looking for the double!
Oh, Bates, let's go! What a goal right off the kickoff. That was sick.
Oh, okay. I thought I was confident. I have none of the confidence Bates has.
Wow, he gets the Zen goal, man. Pinch off the ceiling into the double touch. I haven't seen that at OCE, I don't think. That was awesome.
That was incredible. Okay, Serrani now has everyone's attention. They're going to get another in spades again.
Power in the dumpster, bro. It's all Serrani. What is this?
Well, you know, I never doubted Serrani, all right? Coming into them with full confidence after their 4-0 sweep, the bottom seed always has... No, like, we're only 13 seconds in. And it's not just Serrani, it's Fades. Fades is coming out firing so far in game number 1.
Kaka set up his second goal as well, but you're right, that has been something special from Fades. What confidence coming against, like you were saying, the big scary team in OCE.
Yeah, well, if there's any way to kind of, make them look a lot less intimidating, that's how you do it. 2 quick ones. The next question will be, though, what can Serrani do with this momentum? What can they do with this lead? Because you can't rest on your laurels, not against a team like Power. You've got to keep that momentum on, otherwise situations like this could start to occur. Power back within 1.
Power make it look too easy, they're just so quick. One after another, the shots come in. Kaka is not quick enough, and they inch back into this game.
All right, back into a 1-goal differential. So, and with as much time on the clock as there is, they have that chance. Torsos bump on Pagsy. Just saved another kickoff goal down. Fever the other way. Banana Head with the bump. Opens up the door, and we're tied.
We are tied. You cannot count Power out. The goal-scoring capabilities of this team is just insane. Banana Head trusting his teammates so much, flying forward for that bump. Beautifully done.
And just like that, we're not even a minute into this game yet, Jake, and I feel like we already have enough clips to, warrant an entire best-of-5 series. Fortunately, we're going best-of-7. Either way, Torsos will get the touch over Fades. And finally, do we get some established play? Do we get an extended point? Because everything has been scored so fast so far. I'd like to see how these two teams settle. Never mind, another goal for Power.
This is a sick pass. Another goal for Power. Ball set up by Banana Head, who gets bumped to the wall. Uses it to his advantage so quick with the free flip. And Torsos again trusting the whole way.
Yeah, that was just complete confidence in both members right there. Coming through, Banana Head's recovery on point. We're averaging a goal every 15 seconds right now in this one. This is kind of getting a bit crazy as another clear nearly goes in. Fades, though, was back after being demoed, so they're able to get the touch.
Yeah, every 15 seconds, and they're not even straight kickoff goals. They've all been very impressive in their own right. Surely it must slow down soon, but the pace has been playing so quick, back and forth. Finally, they're slowing it down. But as I say, that Torsos gets that dunk straight on net. Fortunately, Pagsy's there.
And I actually kind of wonder what Serrani is going to look like if we do get an incredibly fast-paced back-and-forth game, because that last matchup against the Gremlins, that's a shot and goal from Banana Head.
Everything is flowing perfectly for Power. They're just finding the net time and time again, and there seems to always be that player there for the bump. Pagsy gets Goober stomps, unable to get up to it.
4-2. It looked so good for Serrani after the first 30 seconds, and then a minute later, look at where we are. This game's momentum just flipping, swinging like a pendulum. And now in Power's control, it's going to be another pass out. Fever safe, will be stopped by Kaka. Banana Head stays on it. Fades push out the net as well. That leaves Pagsy alone. Pass to Torsos. It's going to be Fades, who rotates back for the save.
Power tried to keep up the pressure. Looks like they will. Banana Head stitching close to it. Power just so dribbles so quick. Just a completely different league of team.
That they are at the moment. Banana Head, sidewall, wants Torsos underneath. Pagsy will be able to keep it away. Kaka actually puts it back towards the net. Now has to go for the solo clear across the middle. Here comes Fever. Nice challenge. Fades. Loses the race against Banana Head. Pagsy, though, was back for the save.
Look at this pace from Power. What Gremlins were missing, honestly. We talked about how they were unable to keep pressure. This is how you do it. You keep the pace up. You keep your boost management strong. Not give your opponents any time to breathe in defense.
Oh, that said, a little bit of an awkward moment. Fever and Torsos coming together doesn't affect too much, though, because as you mentioned, there's no resources on the Serrani side, so they can't punish those brief moments of mistakes. Now Pagsy, forward corner, tries to drop down. Demo, open net, goal.
Wow. As soon as Serrani had any chance of a goal, it looked dangerous. And suddenly they get ahead of themselves. The overcommit happens, and Fever makes them pay.
And the poise, I got to credit to the Power side as well. I mean, those first 2 goals from Fades were sick, but it didn't phase Power at all. They're right back in it, and it feels like this has turned into an incredibly one-sided game. The net is open. Torsos just stops it through.
That's a pretty sick goal from Torsos. Awesome redirect. Kind of gets underneath it. Beautifully done. He had Fever there as well for the finish. I mean, Power is just having fun out there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a game's momentum shift so violently, so quickly.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, it was so good for Serrani, but yeah, Power can be that team, although Fades is going to get a hat trick to their name with the goal from midfield.
Fades is having an amazing performance in this first game, at least in offense. Defensively, I mean, he's certainly part of the reason they're down 6 goals, but maybe keeping it in it. I mean, if they can get a goal every 15 seconds like we were seeing earlier, they've got a chance.
Well, if we see a goal every 15 seconds, it might not be going their way. Banana Head could have gone for the bump, but Torsos just wasn't in position to follow it, so they go for the boost steal instead. That's Kaka. Will dribble it across midfield, has Pagsy underneath. Won't come together, though. Another good interception from Banana Head.
I reckon Rocket League should just add extra boost, make it like 150 boost.
Ooh. No. Do you?
No. I reckon it'd be fun. I reckon it's sick how good players are getting with like the limited boost, but it is hard to do that full like end-to-end pitch dribble, you know? So I feel like it would increase the skill ceiling now that everyone's getting so good.
I mean, if we do that, why not just go 100 boost all the time and really like go crazy? Or is that too easy?
That would be kind of sick as well. I guess I just want custom maps.
Yeah, 7-3 by the way. Demo sets up the goal, so Power just continuing to add to it. Torsos being a bully. Not only does he demo the opponents, but also cuts off Banana Head to score the goal for himself.
That was absolutely greedy out of Torsos, but I'll take it. He earned that one. The demoer never gets enough credit. Power have been using that strategy beautifully here in this first game.
They have Pagsy. Try to get that clear to the side. I mean, I think that would be fun for an exhibition tournament, though. To go back to your boost point. Like, maybe as like a one-off or something, like the show match. Let's see what happens when we give like all these players full boost all the time. That would lead to a very fun series, I think. Especially if you go to like a map like Throwback Stadium.
I'm so curious. I just think we get so many clips, honestly, because it feels like boost is the factor that stops these players a lot of the time.
It is, but it highlights the importance of boost management, and it highlights the importance of, knowing when to make those cuts. Oh, Banana Head gets denied the 8th goal for Power, but that's okay. They'll be happily settling for 7 at the end of this one. A dominant Game 1 performance from all of Power and Fades as well.
And Fades as well. Kaka and Bagsy sharing in none of the fun that match. 6 shots for all the Power members. Just an absolutely dominant performance.
18 shots in the quarterfinal of the Gauntlet. Like, these are, supposedly the 4th and 3rd best team in OCE right now. And there's that level of difference in shots in the opening game. Like, I know we were kind of saying it does feel like there's a gap right now between, the top 3 teams and everybody else, but I didn't expect it to be that dramatic that quickly. So I'm hoping Serrani can start to bring this one back. Otherwise, like similar to what we saw in that last series, if you drop those first 2 games in a row, things become very difficult in terms of the series as a whole.
You're right. I don't want to see it be that one-sided. I don't think it should be that one-sided. Power were just looking insane. And come back with a vengeance, ready to win this tournament.
Yeah, this is, again, I feel like this is kind of their time. At least one would hope so, especially if you're a Power fan, that you can start finding your wins this week. This is where we get to see the return to glory for the Power side. Torsos pops it up for Fever. They connect. Banana Head still back in the corner. Fates, though, is going to be the next one there. As they look for Kaka, across the middle we go. Kaka wants to stay with it. Second touch corners it. Pagsy, though, will be the one who kind of plays more in that midfield spot. Now they're going to push it forward. They want to force a pass back. Fades, it's deep, it's high, and it's wide.
Not ahead. Keeps up the good defensive showing. That is not the best touch from Torsos, but it's cleared out. Serrani is showing signs here that they're ready to win this match.
Ooh.
But Banana Head looking so good, but the save is barely there.
Fever waterfall isn't able to get that next touch. Fades has it red, and I mean, this is better defense from Serrani, but they are doing it at the expense of field position. They're playing incredibly far back, and usually when you kind of approach this, you have to wait for an offensive mistake, and I don't know if Power's going to make that. As I say that, there it is.
Now, they're not running away with this game as quickly as the last one. Here we go. It's a team effort. Pagsy gets his first goal of the series.
Yeah, but at that same token, I love what Fades did as well. Easy dribble down, the bump opens
it's all
the door.
Fades. It's all Fades. That was sick.
Yeah, like it was a great play from Fades. Pagsy, has to be there to hit that goal. And again, open nets, toughest shots in Rocket League, but got it through as well. So it's going to be a 1-0 lead. Serrani, let's see if they do a better job holding this one than they did last game.
That's what Pagsy's specialty has been. Being in the right place at the right time for that relatively easy finish. Sauce. Pressure's on now. They need a goal. Quick, but not on target.
Not this time, but that's okay, though, because Power, they have themselves really good positioning right now to kind of have an extended attack. Banana Head does a good job of pointing Pagsy. There's the pass across the middle. Fever's there. No! It's posted out.
Wow, a few misses out of Power. The accuracy not there. They can get another chance. Banana Head, 1 touch, 2 touch. There's a third member there. Fever can't get it in. Banana Head whiffs.
Oh no, okay, now we're starting to get a little bit nervous if you're a Power fan. The 2 very open scoring opportunities, not able to convert. Backboard, Kaka this time does have it red, yet Fever should be alone in the corner. Tries to go across the torsos, Pagsy intercepts, and now here comes the Serrani side again. Banana Head will drop it down, tight cut for Torsos, can't make it in time, Fades, keeps some pressure. This is more of a boost gambit though, as Serrani needed to collect. Pagsy grabs midfield, Kaka grabs backfield. Neither make a hit on the ball until he gets right in front of the net. And eventually Serrani will start to set themselves up defensively.
Backboard. Torsos keeps the pressure. Still, this feels like Power are in the driver's seat, but the scoreline doesn't show that. And here's Pagsy with a chance to get another. Fever. Great play out of him.
Fever doing everything they can for us. It was a nice challenge. Banana Head as well wants to keep with it. Fever across, intercepted. Pagsy has Kaka midfield, but also has Fades getting underneath. Shot towards the backboard. Caught by Fever. Wants to stay with it. Pagsy crosses it up one more time. Fades says stalled off. Looking for Kaka. Who's going to look to set up the hot player on Serrani right now. It is Fades again with the touch. Can't do too much with it that time. But as long as Serrani controls the ball, Jake, they're getting closer to that Game 2 win.
Down the block. Power looking dangerous. Here's another chance. It's wide. Looks like Serrani is starting to figure out the Power offense, but even if you figured it out, they're dangerous.
That is true, and again, this game could have easily been 2-1. There's those 2 missed opportunities that you normally expect Power to collect on. Fever a little bit awkward, actually, wrapping around the ball this time. Kaka's going to go for the challenge. Misses up, Banana Head and Torsos each commit for it. That opens up the middle of the field. Fever has to dive back. Under a minute to go. Power just struggling to get anything going in their favor right now.
Absolutely. Banana Head swing and a miss. It's the demo instead. They're keeping the pressure up. Serrani looking so much more in control.
Pagsy will beat out Fever. Kaka's going to be on the opposite side. Now they have a chance to throw it down to Fades. Banana Head will intercept it though. It's a lob shot towards the net, but with 25 seconds remaining, Power, they're just not able to keep that ball on the orange side.
Oh, here's Kaka off the wall. Fades is awkward. This is going to leave Pagsy completely alone. Gets the touch and he's getting dunked. Fever pushes forward, unable to get the hit.
Able to piece it together as Torsos again is going to go across with it. Fever on the chase. Loses out the challenge to Fades. Torsos tosses it up. Banana Head versus Kaka. Sees Kaka win out. Ball hits the ground. And Serrani, they win a pretty important game after how the first one went, shutting out Power in game number 2.
It was a close match, only a single goal, but that's how they won their last series. Back-to-back close matches went their way. Their defense, one of those key aspects. And this is what we want to see, Max. Serrani proving that it's not going to be a one-sided series.
I think it is the most Power thing to do, to score 8 goals in the first game and then 0 in the second. Like that is that is the Power way. It's they're the little kid flicking the light switch on and off offensively, just like over and over again. And it's whenever mom tells them to stop, whether or not they win or lose right now. I'm a little bit surprised that they weren't able to find a goal that second game, considering how close they've gotten. But I think the power side should still be maintaining the faith that the team can come back together. But for Serrani, I mean, again, as with Fades playing the way they are right now in both those first 2 games, you can't take them lightly.
No, Serrani certainly stepped up their defense as well. There were those 2 massive missed opportunities out of power, but I still felt like playing aggressive, they were looking for those demos. Serrani stepped up in that clean sheet.
It really has felt that way, and whether or not that trend will continue, we shall see. Power with a fresh game to their name. We'll be looking to kind of improve on a couple of those errant touches. That said, Kaka has a real chance here. Through the corner, needs to find the pass out. Pagsy is there, and Serrani once again strikes first.
Once again, it's Pagsy, right place, right time. Set up by Kaka. There were the power defenders. Fever, too slow back.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, Fever was a little bit too slow back. The other 2 defenders just didn't have a good angle to properly play that shadow defense. It was just an opportune moment. Kaka's speed coming through in space for Serrani. Now Torsos looks to dribble it in. It'll be Fades who gets the catch off that backboard. Fever looking to play corner as well. Could set up Banana Head for a waterfall down. It's a fake. Torsos' touch, accurate and in.
Slowly goes in. Not sure what happened to Serrani here. Kaka gets caught off by that. A ghost hit from Banana Head as well, maybe in their favor because Torsos gets the goal.
I'm going to call that a fake because it resulted in a goal. It was the fake from Banana Head. That's
maybe.
what it was.
His touch wouldn't have been great.
No.
Torsos was there. He might have called him off. That's probably why Torsos had the conviction to focus and get that shot. Chaos works in their favor.
Yeah, it was a good goal, and it was one that Power needed after, getting shut out that last game. Good to see them finally connect. That said, the player who my eyes are on, and I've said their name a few times now, it is going to be Fades on that Serrani side. I mean, so far, those first 2 games, it's looked like it's been their breakout showing. That shot close as well. Not going to hit its mark. A second attempt, though, down to Kaka. Looks pretty good. Won't be able to stay with it. Slow clear, back to Fades, who finds Kaka above. Open net, and it is in.
That is a perfect 1-2 play between Fades and Kaka. Look how committed Kaka was. He was on the backboard there the whole time. Bauer had no idea that the double commit ruined them.
Oh my goodness, they feel so reactive. Like, even if Kaka was, further back on the pitch for the shot, Power was so far behind, that one's probably going in then as well. Yeah, it's the rotations back for Power that's been slow so far in this game, and it's cost them a couple points.
Absolutely. Power now down another goal. Reminiscent maybe of last game. Serrani's defense is held strong. And that might be a goal. That's just in. How did that happen?
Do you still have the power, the panic button ready? Is this still there?
What happened?
They were so slow. They were slow to the play. Kaka can't be that fast player again. It was spoke a lot last game about how they can be that midfield presence. That was the reasoning for that goal, and now they nearly get another Fever. Out and actually, it looks so open. Pagsy will get there in time. Makes the save.
Wow, Fever is so scary, so dangerous. But Pagsy holds his nerve. He has a chance. Fades is looking so deadly in front of net, but Power stopped that chance.
Yeah, Power again needing 2 goals. Still half a game to play roughly. Might find it here. Fever. No, it was open.
Torsos trying to continue it, but not quite. It's another missed opportunity for Power.
I mean, yes, the defender was there, Jake, but it was a really awkward angle. I think it was Pagsy at the time. Fever, I think, put it straight. That's a goal.
Sometimes we've seen that today. Teams passing when the shot is far easier. Power missing a chance. They have time in this game, but it's a 2-goal deficit at the moment. An extra goal would go a long way in terms of their confidence.
It really would, and I think they're going to be very keen for it here. Banana Head, who's been very quiet this game, not going to get the chance. Torsos will, though, and they're back within 1.
This is so sad for Bagsy. His teammates panicking around him. He gets it, jumps up, trying to go for the 50, but Torsos is just waiting for them. It gets the open net.
It's like a 2-car fake right there at the same time. Yeah, Pagsy was a little out of sorts. I was watching Fades just playing that entire defensive effort in reverse. The panic mechanics in full swing. for Serrani there. They still have that 1-goal lead. Could make it 2 if Kaka can find the dish down. Won't be able to get it this time. Pagsy, though, still waiting. That's a very nice challenge. Fades, no!
Fades misses. Had a chance. It's a tough angle. Goal lead back. Done great. Now it might be a nervous finish.
Well, that looked pretty clean to me. Torsos is not nervous. Everyone else might be. Torsos is not.
Torsos made the massive mistake to go 2 goals down, but he's made up for it with the past 2 goals. He just made that look easy.
I mean, it helps when you have Banana Head completely clearing out the defender in front of him right before that shot. Banana Head, who has been kind of quiet this game, has been doing a very physical game. There's been a lot of bumps, a lot of demos from Banana Head, it feels like, and it hasn't always been resulting in goals, but that offensive pressure has been there.
Back to game 1. That's what was working, the demos. Well, Serrani almost getting some demos in their favor. Power still on the back foot. Torsos recovers. The ball up to Fever, but that's an awkward touch. He's using all his boost. FaZe gets the dunk. Is our teammate there? No. Torsos wins the race.
Yeah, Kaka and Pagsy were each rotating back. I don't think they thought FaZe or didn't think FaZe would be able to succeed in that challenge. Either way, Fever now reset off the roof. Wants the double. Turns into a pass. Torsos won't turn it to the shot. Kaka steals it away, but now here comes Banana Head. Oh, wanted to find Torsos. Was a little bit behind the ball. Doesn't matter, though. It's going to be Torsos again from the ceiling. 4-3 lead.
Torsos is so fast with the solo play. Off the ceiling, jumps to the roof for the extra speed. Gets a wave dash jump as well. Everything perfectly executed, just like he practiced in free play. And it's a crucial goal, getting the lead with no time left.
4-3 right now. Looking very, very strong for that power side. Torsos wanting to fake out Kaka. Just seal the deal. 30 seconds still to go. Fades up high with it. Looking to drop it down to someone. Anyone finds Banana Head maybe? Nope. The challenge is a little bit awkward. Pagsy, open net, and we're tied.
Where did this come from? Power. Too aggressive. Torsos cheated up. So awkward, and it's Pagsy again. Always so quick and ready for that goal.
Yeah, and now with the 4-4 game, this is, an interesting one. Game 3, it's only a 2-1 series lead, but you can build so much off of that. Looking like the next goal is going to win it, and FaZe is going to have a chance for it if they can read Fever's touch. Fever actually just got all of it. He's able to help clear it all the way back to the other side. In fact, Fever is going to try to turn it into a shot themselves. Goes it straight to Kaka. That might have been a mistake. Pagsy versus Torsos gets back for demo midfield. Fever on Kaka saves the goal. And now Banana Head looking to be the hero. Finds Torsos. Fever with the chance. Bumped by Torsos. Recovers. Reset. Dribble. FaZe is there to put it down. And we don't get overtime because Banana Head extends it just one more touch. OT we go.
Somehow we get to OT. That was looking so dangerous. Power off the kickoff. Banana Head centers it. Torsos is there. Decides not to go for it. Fades. Certainly respected it.
Torsos was rotating out, not in. That said, they're going to get another chance here. First Pagsy doesn't get the dunk, but here comes Fever. Kaka got a wheel, and that's going to make a more awkward touch. 50 goes in FaZe's favor. The ball's still in a very dangerous spot. Finally, Kaka pushes it to the safety of the corner.
Finally, he gets it done. Pagsy has not the best pass he was after. Wow. Fades, fortunately not demoed. Banana Head staying with the ball, staying annoying. Power keeping up with pressure play.
Fever with a chance. They have just got the beat that they needed. OT win goes to Power.
The pre-jump from Fever, beautifully done. Torsos off the ceiling again, sniping his teammate perfectly. Nothing Serrani can do. They fight hard, but they cannot get the lead in the series. It's Power to take it to 2-1.
And that 2-1 is pretty big right now for that Power side. They had to fight for that win. It definitely, Serrani has upped their game, but I don't know. There's this little bit of defensive miscues when the Power and the bumping game in particular, when the bumps and the demos come through, Power looks mighty tough to beat. And even though Banana Head only had like a score of 2-6-7 at the end of that, I mean, it felt like Banana Head was the catalyst for a lot of those open nets that we saw.
Banana Head playing great. Power playing great as a team, honestly. Their pressure has just been awesome, but man of the match, absolutely Torsos.
Yeah.
900 points. More than double his teammates. Almost yeah, more than them combined. I mean, 4 goals. He just had an absolute blaster.
I mean, that ceiling shot was sick, right? Like, and when Torsos is hitting those, you know they're feeling good about how they're playing right now. They're feeling good about the form they are in. High shooting game, though, when you look at both sides. Like, both teams over 10 shots. It was a real back and forther, and I mean, the scoreline reflective of it. I don't know if a shootout realistically is Serrani's way, though, to win this series out, because I feel, yeah, the accuracy struggled a bit for Power in game number 2, but that felt more like an anomaly. I realistically, if I'm Serrani, I'm looking to just mitigate the shot count as much as possible in this game for Kaka near own goal.
I think you're right. I think Serrani, if they want to win, it's going to be off their defense. They won with the clean sheet in game 2. And Power out. Power from that third game. Serrani can pick it up, keep them out. There's a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, you say defense, I kind of almost say more midfield right now, because if you go back to the second game as well, the big reason why we saw so few power shots was Kaka's midfield play and just kind of winning every challenge there. That is not how you beat Power, though. They might get away with it because the Power players were too far back, can't get to the ball before it hits the backboard.
Right. Tries to get it center. Doesn't work out. Viva trying to get these clears. They're not convincing. Serrani keeping up the pressure. Power are back in time to make these saves.
Interesting spawn from Torsos. Still doesn't make contact with the ball. Either way, fades across to Kaka. That should be crossed up and in. No, it's crossbar and out. Fades will clean up the mess, though, and it's a 1-0 lead.
Beautifully done by Fades, capitalizing on this mayhem. It was over Fever. You can't get the save. All the Power members diving in, but it's Fades the one to get the goal.
It's going to be a 1-0 lead now in favor of the Serrani side. See if they add to it. Kaka going to put it up and looking to continue the chase underneath. Towards the back where we go. Banana Head will collect the first touch. And the second. And through the corner we go. Fades looking to go over to Paxi. Sanchez finds Torsos backward. Caught by Kaka again.
Kaka doing a great job here. Keeping the ball. He's going to get a chance at goal. Nana heads up for it. Sets up Pagsy. Power. A little scattered here on defense.
They are. They're playing very spread out right now, actually. So I think they just really want those wide rotations, and I can't blame them for it because of the fast pace of the game. It feels like it'd be a little bit safer on paper, but it means you can't afford to make that one mistake. Otherwise, you just concede so much in the field position. So we'll see if they slow it down and tighten it up, or they continue this approach. I mean, Fever wanted the bump, but because of how deep Banana Head was, yeah, that's how late the shot is.
Now they're struggling. It's straight back to defense, it seems. That flow that we've seen that's been working so well for them, that pressure is not there, although Pagsy, that is not a good touch. It actually was straight to Torsos. But the setup was there. The Fade smashes it back to the other side.
Yeah, I mean, and now we'll see if Serrani can shorten the field, if they can tighten up. Nope, is going to be the answer. Torsos with another big moving clear. Banana Head has creeped forward, maybe a little bit too far forward, and that's a worrying sign. When they finally start to play closer to against each other, it's too close and they get beat. So now expect deep rotations again. Just watch.
These teams are struggling to find exactly how they want to play. Kaka not following it, although massive miss. Fades tries to get it past Torsos. The defense is there.
Yeah, Banana Head overcommits, so now Fever has to dive back. Not enough to at least force the ball off target. Could have been a spooky moment. 2 minutes remaining in this game, a 1-0 Serrani lead. This is really good for the team in orange right now, and it's what we were talking about before coming into this one. They had to find a way to shut down the shot count from Power. There's only been 1 shot so far from the team in blue, as Fades nearly puts it in.
You're right, they've been winning that midfield, and when you win the midfield, you keep Power out of the proximity of your goal, where they're so dangerous. It's looking reminiscent of game 2.
Oh.
But there's a beautiful shot from Kaka.
Top left, bin and in. Kaka just really well placed right there over the top of Fever. 1:34 to go with that 2-goal lead. And again, only 1 shot from the Power side. That actually might be enough to equalize this series once again.
So after that, kicking out Fever, how often do we see that? Perfectly done from Kaka. Power being held scoreless. We're going to start seeing them surely throw themselves in this offense.
I mean, there's Torsos throwing themselves, that's for sure, but it works out in possibly the worst way possible. Fades is the one who completes the punish.
This just happens to Power, doesn't it? They just throw themselves at that ball. It's where their inconsistency has always lied.
Why can't they just leave the light switch on? Why do you have to turn it on and off again? Just repeatedly. Just leave it on. Stop playing with the lights.
Just leave it on. It is that simple. Power unable to show it though. Struggling in this match. They still got a minute, but 3 goals. Serrani have done absolutely awesome.
And again, like, well, this is going to be the second shot, I'd imagine. Nope, Torsos goes high with it. So only 1 recorded shot so far for Power after the first 4 minutes of play. Like, that to me is more shocking than the fact that they haven't scored.
Right. So, what's more shocking? Oh yeah, I don't know if it's shocking, because it's textbook Power. Because how back and forth these games are. So dominant in one, and then getting shut out in the next. It's just, where is the consistency?
It hasn't been there, and it's been a spooky sight to see, I would say, for a team that, you know, I'm kind of banking on to run the gauntlet today, but if I'm the Pioneers and I'm watching this, I'm feeling very excited about my chances right now against either of these teams. Banana Head, though, with the double, gets something going Power's way.
Power's peak, though, has looked so good today. Look at this for Banana Head. That was a difficult redirect to get the first touch he needed to, but he gets it, follows it beautifully, keeps that slim hope alive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but that's Banana Head's first goal of the series.
Surely.
It is, because, like, it's been, I mean, Banana Head's been the setup and has been getting assists and bugs and demos, but that's like the first goal, I think, from Banana Head, which is a little bit surprising. Either way, Torsos will escort this one down. That will do it for game number, what is that one? That's game number 4. Yeah, so we're tied.
2-2, and Power called the timeout, which is probably wise, because they certainly know how to win here. Games 1 and Game 3 have been awesome. They have been able to consistently pull that off.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a spooky series, that back and forth right now, and you can see that to me that looks like a Fever is in deep thought. That is meditation pose 101.
He's chilling. He's thinking, brainstorming.
Whenever you have the knuckles under the chin like that, like the proper thinker pros, you know you're cooking up something special, right? Like that is peak cooking.
Is Jimmer still Power's coach?
That is
I think he
question.
is.
Yeah, I believe so.
So
I believe so.
He's probably in there with them, because you can see there's not much discussion. They're just listening.
I mean, but Banana Head could be popping off, though. I mean,
that's what I was wondering. If he wasn't coach, we just got it confirmed he is. But if he wasn't, I was like, is Banana Head like the secret big brain of Power?
Yeah.
Still a possibility.
I mean, that's what the blackout is. He has like a whiteboard with all the notes behind him. You can't really show that off as we go. Looking at the other side. I low-key love the Fades camera angle we're getting right now.
It's so ominous. And it works. It works so well because he's been playing so well, you know?
Yes.
I feel like if he was like not playing the best, it would just look silly. But because he's been such a badass, it's like it works.
He looks like it's like a mix between, well, it's a streamer set. It looks like a streamer setup, like a proper streamer setup. But then you have the mouse, like you have like the RGB microphone, the RGB keyboard, and then like a Microsoft $2 mouse.
He's not an FPS player, I guess.
No. All you need is that click button for the boost, and I guess the other click button to jump. Two buttons, good to go. I'm here for it. I stand the $2 Microsoft mouse.
Now look at this. Fever, he's sat up. He's still looking a bit sleepy, rubbing his eyes, but I think Power are motivated. They know this is an important match. When it's 2-2 in a best of 7, it is always in your best interest to be the first team to reach match point.
Absolutely, you want to win. This is such a critical game, and the best way to do it is get that opening goal. We are live one more time. Fever cuts off Banana Head, who still gets to the ball, but now Fever's left in an awkward position. Torsos going to have to cook with not a lot of backup to get the ball towards the net, but not quite in it.
quite. Fever sets up banana head. Banana head is not on goal. Kaka gets dunked. Serrani, I still think you were right. They need to win this game by shutting out Power in that midfield.
Yeah, they are looking to go right there. Apparently, I'm looking at Twitch chat right now. I don't know mouse. That is nice at all. Everyone said that is a high-end, high-quality mouse, and I go like, you know what? Fair enough. I'm just saying what it looked like, all right? And I like those mice, the cheap ones. They're good.
I guess you're not an FPS player either, then.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I didn't hear you jump into that mouse's defense.
I'm not either, eh? I've got my mouse that does the job, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's how I see it. Here we go, Banana Head across, shot on target, but not quite in. Fever swings and misses to the corner as well. Banana Head keeping it held up high. Kaka will be the one to clear it out. Torsos down to Pagsy. Nice little 1-2 connection. Midfield Fever with the chance. Nope, still loses out to Pagsy as well. We continue to kind of go back and forth with this one. Torsos and Co have definitely come out swinging. They put the pressure on. Still looking to convert, though, for that first goal.
Let's see it. Power. What do they have to show from that timeout? I guess the slow shot on net is what they needed.
There were 3 defenders in the area. Fades got bumped, fair enough. But where is Pagsy and Kaka on this one?
Maybe the bumps were there, slowing them back. I don't know. That is certainly a soft goal to let in, given just how good Serrani's defense has been.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise right there, but kicking off the first 2 minutes of this game, 1 goal, multiple shots, no offensive pressure from Serrani at all yet in this match, and that's what's spooking me. I think, you know, the timeout buff is working. Torsos doesn't get the dunk they were looking for. Kaka looks for that clear. Banana Head have to play a little bit of defense. It's a swing and a miss. Yet Fever cuts it off, and now it is open except for Fades, who doesn't make the read. That's the double, and that's the 2-0 lead.
Fades didn't flip. He had it. It just completely misses. Maybe disorientated off the wall. But it is a dunk, actually. Fever behind the ball perfectly and extends that lead.
And now Power is once again flipping the light switch back on. Had to call a timeout. Had to get the safety lock away from, you know, keep the light switch away from the kids, because now they are cooking. Bump from Banana Head. Reminiscent of game 1 finds the 3rd goal.
The physicality is back, and it is working beautifully. Serrani's defense, their rotations are too slow. Fades when he's bumped. There's no teammate to back him up. It just opens the net.
Opens the net, opens up the scoreboard. Power right back in that game-winning form. We saw them in earlier as Kaka will go straight down the middle. Double commit from the defense makes things a little bit spooky, a little bit tumultuous. Still Banana Head doesn't get that reset underneath. It will be taken away by Kaka. Fever's going to have to rotate back. Second touch goes corner with it. Fades. Had Pagsy in the middle, but not enough power on that touch to get it back to them. And again, the defense finds to clear the pinch. Not on target.
Not quite. Colossus running in circles. He's out of boost. He's not the best half flip I've seen out of him, and he's going to get punished. Serrani, get the goal.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not going to be a perfect game from Power, but yeah, that was... So, is the attempt there to, like, pull off the half flip, land behind the ball, and kind of pop it up onto the hood of the car to dribble?
I think he was going for a speed flip. It just messed it up. The speed flip's a bit... it can be a bit risky when you mix it up.
Yeah, they do. They definitely look awkward, that's for sure. Unlucky from Torsos there, but it is what it is, and what it could be is a way for Serrani to get themselves back in this game. A second goal would do them wonders, you'd feel like, in terms of the likelihood of that comeback. That said, the lob shot from Banana Head forces Pagsy back. Torsos already there. Misses, fades, gets it around Fever as well. Kaka too slow to beat out Torsos, but the Power, midfield is starting to look a little bit slower in this game.
Feels like they're letting Serrani back into it, but they've done a great job maintaining this 2-goal lead. With low time remaining, it's going to be difficult for Serrani. So here's Banana Head. He's awkward. He's the only one back. He has no boost. Just picks up the pad there, but Serrani not able to capitalize on that chance.
Unable to find too much just yet. Kaka Woo, with authority, absolutely drills that shot. Nearly puts it in. Fever will play out of the net. Kaka's keep away. Pagsy underneath has a peek, but doesn't commit either. Ford has to rotate back where Fades was waiting. Midfield challenge. Kaka back to Pagsy. Banana Head with a chance. Gets one over the top. Torsos now underneath through the corner. Set up Torsos. Again, he'll follow through just yet. 45 seconds. Serrani has to score on this next attack.
They don't even have the ball. It's just ping-ponging between power members. Torsos has the flip reset. Pagsy's calm, but they're still in their half. The pressure's coming. Is this counterattack going to be enough? Banana Head's back, slowing it down. Torsos clears it out.
Good touch from Fever. Torsos next in line. Has to beat Pagsy. Doesn't do it, but there's no real driving touch from the Serrani side when they need a goal right here, right now. Bump to Kaka. No, not going to work. And that probably does it when you look at the time on the clock.
Great chance, but it's been better defense from Power. What a save from Torsos.
Oh, heart in the chest moment for Power, that is for certain. But Torsos comes up big, and now Power is one game away from a match against the Pioneers.
They use their timeout perfectly. They get back to what was working that first game, that physical play. Not needing to overcommit. You can see the domination in the shots, 11-4. Pagsy and Fades not even with a single shot to their name. Serrani struggled in that midfield, and we said that was the key.
Yeah, that was pretty strong from that Power side, and now one game away. But here's the thing. Have they kept little Timmy away from the light switch? Is he not going to flip it back off again? Because every time Power looks good, it's like, okay, they're back in form. They're playing how we want to. The next game, that offense just disappears. So have they finally left the Power on? I mean, we know there's enough lights in Neon Tokyo.
I expect Power to keep this going. Maybe hope. I don't know. I like seeing Power when they're in form, but Serrani is good as well. They certainly have it in them. They just have to take the time out, though. See if that punishes them.
I mean, here's my thinking, too, right? You go to Game 7, Pagsy gets unleashed. This is must win for Power. You can't afford Champions Field. It's just, it shouldn't be an option. Shouldn't be on the table. Banana Head has Fever underneath. They connect, but Pagsy has the save.
Wow, that was close. Power looking good. I don't know if Serrani are able to keep them out there. Power giving a lot of space to Serrani. Sitting back for maybe talking about avoiding that over-aggression because they don't need it. Banana Head just picks his spot and finds the open net.
I mean, it was such a slow play from Banana Head. They were already there, just kind of waited for the ball to roll to them. A little bit awkward from the Serrani defense in that corner, letting it slip through, and that's going to be one that they wish they had back. So a 1-0 lead, Power off to that good start.
That initial lead, although that was a complete goal, I think.
Yeah, right. Faith put it up. Torsos caught it. And then Kaka just kind of forced it right down. That's an own goal.
That is.
It's an own goal. It is what it is. You got to get one, all right? We get it out of the way here in the quarterfinals. It's no more own goals this stream.
In Game 6, though, to give away the lead, that is not the time for it.
When is the time for an own goal, Jake?
They're always embarrassing. Banana Head, out of nowhere, gets another goal reminiscent of the first.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it was the Banana Head setting themselves up, though, and like, Torsos was the closest defender to the ball, which kind of says a lot about Serrani's defense at that moment. A bit awkward for the orange side, and once again, it's going to be Power with the lead.
It's so awkward for Serrani. I'm not sure where their defense is going, or their midfield. You can see so much space being given. It's setting up plays like that from Fever. Dunked out, but Banana Head keeps the pressure going.
Keeps it on that forward half. Banana Head chance, delicate touch, 3-1 lead. And Power finally continue their momentum, it looks like, through both, 2 games in a row.
He's had a quiet series. It took him a while to get on the scoreboard, but Banana Head, hat-trick already on match points, stepping up, does not want to see Champions Field.
And again, I always felt like Banana Head's role in the Pioneers was when things are looking shaky, like they were the player who would come through with a couple solo plays to get the team back in it. I'm not saying that Powers look shaky when Banana Head has arrived, but, you know, it has been those even games, right? Games 2, 4, and then possibly 6 where things have started to fall apart. Well, Banana Head has made sure that's not been the case this game 6, and now with a 2-goal lead, possibly more, as Banana Head is forward looking to block for Torsos. They don't connect. Fever still finds a shot. Kaka's save. Point is Power in a very strong position.
Power looking great. There's so much time left in this match. 3 minutes remaining. Page is on the ball, centers it for his team, but still, what has happened to Serrani? They're playing so slow.
Yeah, they just haven't had that urgency yet, it feels like. It could come out, though, at any moment. Again, we know how fast this team has the potential of being. Kaka, in particular, middle of the field, he's who I'm looking for to make that big play, win that big challenge, to set up the others on that side. Pagsy has to play a little bit behind, gets the touch. Spades can't muscle it through. Fever, however, can. And now it's Fever and Torsos together putting pressure on Kaka.
Kaka barely gets the save. Sends it forward. Good goal. Getting out of their half is the first step. We haven't seen much from them here.
No, we haven't. It just hasn't come together. Fever straight down the middle. Banana Head cheated too far forward. Fades, though, is the one who pushes it back into the corner. That was an orange trail on that ball.
The best. On ahead. Trying to keep the ball up. They're just stalling, it feels like. Taking the time down. Serrani needs to be the one to force something to happen.
Yeah, but again, they just haven't had either the opportunity or the boost, the resources. Something's just been sluggish. And with that demo now, half of the pitch was open. Banana Head not quite fast enough to get converted. He will come back up the other way. Kaka, though, has no support, at least not initially. Bagsy did eventually get there, but it was a little bit too slow. The defense for Power can establish themselves. Something's got to give. Like, if you are Serrani, you got to mix it up. Maybe this passes it, but no, Fever makes the save.
Evo, awesome save, but the pressure continues. Fades pops it up. Where's the third? Pagsy from the side is the direction he needed. Torsos with the intelligent back pass. Evo is able to get the big clear.
Down Torsos, waterfall down underneath Banana Head. May have just put this game out of reach. That's going to be the 4-1 lead.
Off the back of Torsos, the pressure is too much. Banana Head has been there every time he is needed in this match. He gets his 4th goal. Like you're saying, Serrani, their chances are running out.
Kickoff kind of falls in Serrani's favor, but Pagsy still needs to make that play. Into the corner we go. And both Kaka and Fades rotated to the opposite side of the pitch, which means no midfield challenge, which means no ball control for Serrani. And Power just not easing up at all.
No, they're not giving Serrani a chance here. Serrani have missed their opportunity. They played too slow. They gave too much space. They've let Banana Head run away with this game, and they have 40 seconds left. They've put themselves in this position. Can they muster a miracle to stay in this series?
I don't see it happening. Not in half a minute. Power have finally left those lights on, and my question is, do they stay on over the break? Do they stay on against the Pioneers? Because that's going to be their next match. 20 seconds still to go. Serrani, they put up a valiant fight. They got a couple games away from Power. Those shutouts were impressive, but Power still proving to be that cut above.
Power, I'm just impressed with how methodical it was, how they were able to take that timeout, get their mojo back. They've always struggled with inconsistency. If they're starting to figure out ways to save themselves from it, they could be back to that #1 team.
Well, I think the answer is that physicality. I mean, every game where Banana Head was playing incredibly far forward, getting the bumps, getting the demos, those were the games they were winning, right? So that felt like the blueprint against this Serrani team, and to be fair, it's not a playstyle that the Gremlins really employed. It's not a playstyle that I think any of the teams in the Challenger Series really employed. So it was the first time we saw the Serrani defense really pummeled like that, and Powers used it to come out on top.
Power get it done in a 4-2 series, closer than I'm sure they would have liked. But they get the result they needed. Serrani have a lot to be proud of, getting to that top 4 position, confirming their spot, I think, next week in the Gauntlet. In that, yeah.
No, they go back to. Oh yes, they're in the Gauntlet. Sorry, Gremlins.
Yeah, they
would
would
have the series. Yeah, so they'll still be in the Gauntlet. They're still pretty happy. That's still guaranteed prize pool. But the big thing, Power finally gets to play 2 series in a day. They get to play more than one best of 7 for the first time.
They finally get a win. Congrats to Power. I know it's been a long time coming. And I think you're right, Max. Certainly have the potential to make that big run.
I think they do too, but their next match is going to be a tough one. It will be Power versus the Pioneers. It's kind of like that OCE classic match, or at least it has been throughout the year 2023. So we got to get, the classic OCE caster. Yummy Cheese Man will be here after the break alongside Gex as well. They'll take you to the end of week 3 of the Gauntlet. So this is goodbye from Jake and myself, and a quick goodbye to you guys as well, as we will be back very, very shortly.
Yeah, no, I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller knockers. Money in my pocket. Don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket. It sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade the noggin. Russell Wilson, way I get low and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no time, don't leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, still get to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I let up around a month of February. Told him side, no electric. It's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told him side, no electric. Yeah. It's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can never change, still roll the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Tell me feeling bubbly out the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the soul way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers making shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah, 777. Yeah, told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah, 777.
Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouse in us. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stop when you my size. Man, this my, I said this my moment. I said this my moment. I came here to own it. Man, this my moment. Man, this my, I said this my moment.
I am feeling it. Are you feeling it? I'm feeling the upsets are going to continue on. The Gauntlet runs are going to continue week after week. It's just been a tournament of surprises. We're here in week 3 of the Gauntlet. Gex, do you think that maybe Power can be the one now to make the full bracket run?
You know what? I actually do. They've been strong. They've been looking like their confidence is coming back, and I think that's been one of their biggest issues up until now. So it's good to see them back kind of in form. There has been still kind of, the evidence that they may perform the same as usual, but they've already won a series, so something's changed.
Couple of moments where, won't name any names, missed the ball completely in front of the net that last series, but also... a game where they won 8-0, multiple games with high scoring affairs, 4 power, of course, Fever stepping up at the end as well. So, good signs for Team Power as they go through here. Now, the last 2 weeks, in the first week we had Pioneers make the full run all the way from the first stage where Serrani and Gremlins are. Last week, we had Gospel of Lockie run from the position that Power are starting with now. And so maybe the momentum's in the favour of these lower teams.
Yeah, they do get the better run up at it, don't they? It's a bit of the benefit of the bracket system of the Gauntlet here as well. You continue through from those lower phases, whereas you are starting just completely new if you're one of these teams sitting up in the higher end of this. So Pioneers are going to have to warm up quick.
Serrani, after winning their first series, have confirmed themselves for next week. Gremlins, who have been in every single iteration far, will have to run it back over again.
Gremlins, they've had some level of success, but they're just really not kind of making it into that top 3 area. Seems to be pretty well dominated. I mean, that hasn't changed in a long time here. It used to be a top 2 and for a while even a top 1. So, the depth is here, but maybe these two teams just a bit of a stretch for them at this point.
And Gex, I'm going to have to give you an update because it looks like my GPU has crashed. And so you might have to solo cast for a little bit while I restart.
Losing Yummy here, one part of his computer dying at a time. Are you still with us?
Yeah, but
I think we might have lost Yummy completely. So, look, we are moving. Okay, all right. Well, we've partially lost Yummy. Then I'm not hearing him. Yeah, we have lost Yummy completely. All right, looking at this, though, I mean, you do see Gremlins going down here. Serrani had a pretty big day, actually, but Power are here to play. Look at this video now. They have been coming through looking very, very hot today. Like we said, still glimpses of the kind of damaging state they've been in lately, but I think they finished super strong on their last series. So coming in here, looking at that roster, kind of standing tall right now, you really do hope that they've got a bit more gumption in there at the moment. They've certainly got the ball rolling for themselves. It's their first series win, in fact, in the Gauntlet so far in all weeks, so week 3 maybe it's theirs. Torsos, Fever and Banana Head really, really do want to see the big peak from them. I think it's exciting every time we have seen the lower seed make the run. We saw it week 1 massively, actually, really, really hugely from the team they're up against now. It was massive to see them come up against the side of Pioneers, and Pioneers just absolutely dominated that first week and kind of put Power into a bit of state of panic, and maybe they're just getting on top of that. But you see now, there's Fever on your screen. He has had really not the performance that you would expect there. That 0.55, I know it was mentioned by Jake and Max earlier, but you expect like a 1.5 out of every player on this team, basically, and they have not been near their usual performance. Yummy, do you agree? Hi.
Yeah.
You agree with all that stuff you definitely heard?
Speaking of usual performance, this is pretty much up to par for me. Hey, can we all give a round of applause for the speed run on the restart there? Get everything back up. Man, I got that sorted pretty quickly. Look at, over on the other end, we do have Pioneers with their new roster looking like, week 1 looks so good. Week 2, maybe a little bit of a shortcoming from them.
Yeah, I think we are going to see a bit of a step back up for them as well. Pioneers, I think the problem for them is that they need a bit of a run-up as well. They never seem to do well game 1s. To me, it takes them a little bit of time to heat up. It is a newer roster for them as well, so maybe that does explain it a bit, but it seems to be the history of the team as well, so I don't know.
Amphis he had an MVP performance week 1, and that's a large part of why he has 1.24 goals per game. Didn't quite have the same impact last week, but we know that he's never far off from having a MVP level performance, so fully expecting him to get off the mark quickly today. Any team of the caliber of Pioneers who has a rough day at the office is usually going to come back twice as hard.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why, actually, for me, I think Amphis is probably... And there are a number of contesters to this, but I would put Amphis as my number 1 player in the region right now. Personally, I've loved Amphis over the last year. He's been absolutely massive, and I think other contestants to that had taken a little bit of a step back as well. Even the likes of Super Locky didn't perform consistently throughout the year, where he was my number 1 from the beginning. Still probably very high in that top 5. And making his way back to that number 1 slowly as well.
He did make every single grand final of the year.
He did.
The only person to do so, and probably the only person to do so realistically in the modern era. So he's had a good run of it, and he's been very consistent so far in the Gauntlet, I would say, overall. So see how he goes in, of course, the grand final. But Amphis is always in the conversation. Banana Head and Fever in the conversation there to be top player. Realistically, I'm looking for, in the matchup here, and maybe the next matchup as well, for there to be a player in OCE who can consistently put their hand up and say, I'm the best in the region. Because somebody like Fever last week didn't have a great performance. Banana Head, even in the last series, formed really well in one game, completely missing the ball in the next. And the same has happened for Amphis, Fiber, both players. I think the closest player to have been consistently high has been Super Locky, but not always consistently number 1. More, as you said, in that consistent maybe number 3 area.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of the feeling for me as well. Definitely is making his way back though, and I love the kind of that conversation that builds. I like that there's a bit of a contest for it, but yeah, it sure would be nice to have like OCE's own Zen, wouldn't it? Somebody setting up the top there.
It's been my problem, and something that the Gauntlet is here to help fix and remediate, is that we have had a very clear top 9 players in the region, and yet no one truly pushing themselves out consistently in front of that. Now we have as well Gus moving into that top 9, top 10 area, pushing, getting his chance. Serrani earlier today has players that could be pushing into that not top 9. I want to see that top players expand. Here we go. We head into Pioneers versus Power. And of course, a lot to play for in terms of reputation, especially for Power.
And especially in the history of the Gauntlet this season, because I think that kind of, consistently third place sort of thing is coming out in this third place kind of matchup as well. So it's an important one for establishing yourself. Torsos is going to come through and do well for Power here as well. They do have the run up into this match, and you expect them out of the gates fast, but this is a great shot from Torsos to start it.
Wonderful start. Couldn't be any better. 14 Power. And you make a great point. I think the reason we have a lot of success coming through long runs in these gauntlets is realistically because of the matchup like this. We have 3 clear top 3 teams at the moment, and realistically the team that beats one of them is going to be having a good enough day to make the full run.
Yeah, agreed entirely. And those bottom 2 in this 5 teams coming out always has that difficulty making the run any higher, but it gives a good look-in for them to have an opportunity. But there's Torsos. Placement is perfect, and Power on it right now.
Considering how quickly Torsos was up to this, I'm surprised he was able to get that under the bar, but he did so by just creating a longer path for the ball, sending it across the net. So really nice done for Torsos, especially considering in the past he's messed it up. Fiber. Well, they've messed it up this one off the kickoff, Power.
Not a lot you can really read out of it for Pioneers, but Power, yeah, a bit of a letdown on the kickoff there. Kickoff goal early in the match, probably not too much to read into either.
I think there's some to read in just because Power themselves in the past have put a lot of emphasis on their kickoff, and in that case it really just didn't feel like there was much to it. There was one player gunning forward off the back boost, and that's why the net was open, and the kickoff itself was just perfect open for Pioneers.
I think they're looking comfortable though, and you do occasionally see Power make issues based off that fact. They might give a little too much leeway to their opponents, and I think that might come out occasionally in the kickoff format as well. It certainly does for other teams, and that might have been the case. They're just not really taking this seriously enough because they're feeling good.
Sometimes in those moments as a player, you have a kickoff like that, and it really kicks you into gear. You know, you make that one mistake, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my god, what am I thinking? We aren't thinking. Exactly. Let's focus on the next kickoff.
I forgot for a second, we're up against Pioneers. We've been beaten before. Let's get into gear is absolutely the mentality here, I think. Power definitely fighting this right now, but Pioneers are starting to heat up. This half a game in first game always seems to benefit, and for good reason, the team that has made their run through the tournament up to this point already. So Pioneers starting to step up now, I think.
They certainly have been getting a little bit more off the ball, but very much kind of looking solo, hit the ball forward, get a lot of power, and more about keeping the ball away from their own net for a lot of this play rather than trying to create chances.
As you're saying that, they're starting to prove you wrong on it, but it has been up until this point for sure. Exactly that. Like I said, kind of expected here from me. I think Pioneers have had the tendency to lose game ones, if particularly in the tournament for the day.
It's always going to be the case. A lot of teams are slow starters. Power have been historically slow starters, but if you're up against Power after the last series, you'd be expecting to start rough in game one. See if this leads to a goal. Doesn't punish Pioneers just yet, but that might have been the nail in the coffin for the game. So it's good for Pioneers that they get away with it, and they have a chance right in front of net, but Amphis couldn't get over the top of the board.
The Pioneers were actually assisted upfield by that pinch from Power as well. It went quite wrong on the backboard there. Torsos now going to raise up to the ceiling but not get too much control off it. Fiber can't either here though. Pioneers struggling in the midfield to keep the ball. Good demo. Might set up Torsos. He hasn't found the angle that Fever can finish.
Stuff from Fever following up Torsos. Just backed out one. There was the demo that came from Banana Head that sent Amphis in all sorts of troubles, but 2-goal lead now. Minute 18 remaining. Pioneers have shown a little bit more of what I would look for. Gets in terms of maybe Amphis slowing the ball down a bit, making some plays, but still got to do a lot more work here.
I think when I'm looking at this game one out of Pioneers, and we're seeing that stuff in game one, it gives me a lot more hope for game two. I really don't expect probably a win out of game one from Pioneers in the situation that they're in right this second, but to see them making the improvements fairly early, coming in and showing us the potential that we know them to have, if they can live up to that in game number two, there's a lot here for them to work off.
To make sure they don't let emotions get in their way. Of course, some recent history between these two teams. Neither of them will want to take the L to the other, and that's mostly because Power sniped Banana Head away from Pioneers, and I think they'll be thankful that they got the opportunity to pick up Amphis of any player to be able to get essentially one of the best in the region to fill that spot. Makes certainly dampens that blow.
Yeah, absolutely, and I suppose that leaves a lot on Amphis's head as well. Amphis really needing to step up and prove his worth there as the member to come in. Between those two players, in fact, Banana Head really needing to prove that he was worth the steal from Power.
True. Yeah, it's been an interesting question around this, and obviously there's going to need to be a lot of development from Power, and maybe expected that they wouldn't have as good a start as they did in, say, the RLO Grand Slam, simply because of of a clash of playstyles almost between, I'd say, more Fever and Banana Head than anyone else. But maybe this week, this is maybe the week where they settle in after a bit of a honeymoon period.
I think you're right. A lot of people have been talking, myself included, about the confidence out of Power, but I think that always stems from something. You can't just say, oh, they don't have confidence. Why? The reasoning why behind it is important, and I agree. I think it's because that kind of team makeup maybe wasn't working at the beginning. I think it's starting to, though, and that is showing in a form of confidence for them.
One thing I will say about that pickup is that I think it is crucial, actually, and a very good thing for maybe the region, for Banana Head to get onto this team, because he's been on the same roster with the same, play style for almost 3 years with Scrub, Super Locky, then Hunter. He was very much forced into certain buckets. Now that he pushes over to Power, and because they've had maybe a big clash of playstyle, they have to really figure it out from ground one, and I think it's a really good learning platform for Banana Head and maybe his two teammates on how to take it to that next level. We know he has the potential to be number one.
Banana Head going to make the first challenge on the ball there, and does get challenged back well. Scrub now out to Amphis in midfield, and I think for Pioneers a quick start in game number 2 is going to be super important here, and they might just make it. What a save! And a second from Fever. They're going to keep it safe, and Power might just strike back.
We got to see that from Fever POV nice and early, how well he'd read that play, and it's going to be a goal at the other end. There was never a chance to save that one.
That's brutal. Pioneers really needed to start off well there, and they got so close. It took a miracle save there, and Power capitalised off of it, but Pioneers, they needed a bit of confidence back in here, something Power are full of right now, but they did need it coming into game 2. Pioneers, I think if they lose this here, it dramatically reduces my chances of them coming back into the series.
Torsos, when he's playing well, that's when Power look dangerous, and Torsos has had a couple of good passes. That's another one. Puts the defense into awkward places. It's getting nice touches that are hard for the defenders to actually read, and so they have to just wait for Torsos to make that touch before they can make a decision.
Torsos now, some awkward control out of Power. Will eventually get it out of corner here, but game number 2, a little bit more scrappy here. Everybody really fighting over this, but Pioneers, no signs of goals on the horizon just yet.
Waiting for that moment where, maybe Amphis makes a huge forward play, or preferably Fiber starts taking a bit more control of the ball from that midfield, from that back half. He really is meant to be a really controlling and mechanical player, and we haven't seen much of it so far this series.
And we've talked about in previous weeks as well the fact that Pioneers, every single member of Pioneers is kind of a player that you can expect to make a solo play happen. We're not seeing the efforts so much onto that either. It seems like the opportunities just aren't there because Power are overwhelming them on speed.
Definitely taking a lot of the boost away as well. It's really good aggression. And they're rotating a lot from just in front of the ball to demo and bump players as they come out. So maybe why Fiber even needs to take that ball up into the air early, make a play, because then you can avoid those bumps at the same time.
It's really when you get the ability to solo play like that and you use it in a team setting that you become kind of amazing when you're looking at a team with this playstyle as well. I think the likes of Fiber, you can use that to make passes, is always going to be good, but the passing is between Torsos and Banana Head this time around, and Power up by 2.
I love so many of these touches from Power where they're just delaying them a little bit, waiting for that moment where the defender commits to any kind of movement so they can touch it around. Really good finesse pass play. I mean, in that case, it was 2 players. Both Fever and Torsos made a touch like that to beat out the defenders.
Challenge from Scrub goes wrong. Fiber's up though to look for that pass down. Not going to get any space off the backboard there, and it's so crucial to just non-standardize your passing. It was just not doable for them here. Pioneers, I think that's going to be the toughest thing coming in against a team that's already played a series out today, is just taking their gameplay from non-standard into their own playstyle and doing that with emphasis.
as you say, it might even just be mechanical. They might still not be warmed up because Amphis in that last play looked for the flip reset. He attempted it and just couldn't execute.
Fiber again now, trying to chase that out. Fever's just cutting it. The midfield from Power right now is really dominant. It was last series as well. That's how they won it when they did, and came out with a really, really strong 2 games at the end of it, and they just seem to be continuing the exact same playstyle through here, doing it well. Scrub is just being held on the wall, but the shot can't be made by Banana Head.
Stayed in the air for a long time there, Banana Head. Just tried to wait for that bump to really come to fruition, but fortunately couldn't squeeze it in. But I will say, Power really feeling well in control of this entire game. This is one of the most clinical performances I'd see from a team.
Exactly. It's a little hard to watch if you're a Pioneers fan. You'd be maybe wondering if you want to turn that graphics card back off again at this point, but Pioneers are struggling to make an answer to Power, who are coming on really, really strong. I think Max said it right earlier. There's a lot of lights on right now.
Well, I just want to compare it to the last series where they win a game by 8 goals and then lose the next one. This one feels so much more controlled. Every single one of their touches is good. And most notably, what I see most often as the downfall of Power is they'll say, oh, we just couldn't hit our shots in a series. But it's not actually the shots, the shot accuracy. It's more their rushing and their inability to play their opponents and almost panic in the attack. But they're playing pretty much every single touch in the attack as well as they can.
I would agree. I think confidence is the number 1 issue for Power. Every time they lose, they just look like they were playing a losing game to me. And it does come down to that panic factor a lot of the time. But right now, that's not the team we're looking at. Power has all the confidence in the world. They're shooting again, and it's going to be in. Torsos snipes it.
I'd hate to be the defender in this side because, Power, as said, they've been hitting every ball. They've been doing really well. And in this case, you got to expect the Banana Head gets contact with that, and the fact that he misses and he fakes it out is just absolutely perfect.
16 seconds remain in what has been an absolutely brutal game number 2. Pioneers still struggling to step up. There's Amphis with the kind of solo play that you expect. Couldn't get it down from that backboard though, and it is going to get away with absolutely no look in for Pioneers. Power take game 2 with confidence.
You might say brutal, but I think that's a matter of perspective. I think if you're a Power fan, then it's a beautiful, flourishing game that came out from them, and I think this is the first sign for me that Power can be that team, that they can be that guy or those guys that dominate consistently, because a lot of OCE teams, but Power especially, have often struggled to be consistent with their performances. This didn't require Fever to have a huge pop-off or Banana Head to make an insane triple flip reset. It was just good team play and good touches.
It can be both. It can be beautiful as well. Power coming in here looking like... I've always regarded them as a punchy team. Their games look like boxing matches, Right now, Power are that kind of brutality force there coming through. And sure, if you are a fan, that is a beautiful thing.
Pioneers have called the timeout as a note. They'll be discussing the comeback, and Amphis looks to be the one leading that discussion, which I quite like, as Pioneers being a new team. Amphis kind of coming through and joining Scrub. Fiber as well, of course, coming through. But Amphis, weirdly enough, is the most experienced player there.
Yeah, isn't he? Interesting to say there. He's also had to make a bit of a step up. I think the most confidence I've seen out of any player there on Pioneers has to be Amphis, though, at least in the attempts to make passing plays. He's been taking it high, getting those air dribbles onto the backboards, but they've just been cancelled out. Power are answering everything that Pioneers throws at them, so Pioneers has to get a bit more dynamic here. They've got to make their passes in midfield and get a bit more control over this ball.
Looks like Power and enjoying themselves. They're not talking too much. They're just keeping the spirits high, and they've found a good recipe. They've been very controlled of that game, so it's been pretty comfortable for them, to be honest.
Well, it's the right call to make that stop here, particularly against Power. You want to take as much warmth out of the tires from them as possible here, but it's not a ton of time, and I think Power could have just taken that entire time to kind of revel in their current victories. They're 4 games unanswered right now, only 2 from Pioneers, but they're going to take it again here into control. Torsos down to Fever. What a pass, and Fiber's there for the save.
If you're going to use racing terms saying warmth in the towers, do you think they're using softs, mediums, or hards?
Pioneers. You'd hope that these aren't softs. If they're using softs right now, they did not come out strong enough from the start.
Yeah, they're probably using hards. They're not looking very confident. They're taking everything a little bit too risk-free. There's actually like a good analogy in there somewhere.
Yeah, but I mean, it also suggests that they plan to take this in a long run. Like they're going to eke out their win by the end of this. That I don't think they're about to reverse sweep. Put it that way.
Can you imagine just setting that up? You know what? They're going to have to pit stop eventually, and at that point we will reverse sweep. But this might be it. Oh, but Fever has stayed in it, and Banana Head. Oh, he misses, and Fiber will find their first in 2 games.
Well, it might be it. That might have been the pit stop. It was the timeout. That was the pit stop. And now Pioneers have maybe they wore out the mediums and they're onto softs now. They're going to finish it off with softs. Power, they're going to have to answer.
Your Power spent the entire timeout just having a bit of a giggle, and looks like Pioneers have changed their tires, or have they? Banana Head has answered back immediately.
And Power are definitely just trying to carry through on the same set. It's looking just like before. Power answer pretty quick here, meaning that their confidence is probably back on track again. Only 1 goal to get in between what has been otherwise very dominant for 4 games from them.
Did just notice that Banana Head's in-game title is Boost Hog, and he also literally just took 200 boost, 100 of that right in front of his own teammate who was gunning back for that back corner. But you know what? Credit to him. If you have confidence to say, you know what, I need all of this boost to make the play, and fair call, big ups.
Fantastic save from Fiber there. Thought it was just about a guaranteed thing. Very, very well timed demo from Power, but Pioneers are definitely looking better than they were. It hasn't been dominant control by any means, though, and I think they are going to need more than this if they want to win the series.
Banana Head backflip. Not ideal, but maybe Fiber's touch not ideal either. And still looking for Fiber to maybe start taking it to that next level. Here's that player who can take control of a game. Fiber will be spending most of the time in the defense, which is not out of the question for a player like him, but normally he then kind of is good at transitioning between those 2 zones of defense and offense.
Fever off the backboard. Takes a bit of control here, looking for a ground pinch as the demo comes through. Amphis says no problem and shot back. Not put on target. It probably was saved either way.
It was very interesting because Torsos completely caught off guard. He was smoke screened by that demo, so that's the reason why it just easily sailed over the top of his head. Maybe if it was on target, he might not have seen it.
This is starting to look better from Pioneers now. They're getting a little bit more scrappy. The control is good, but that's a red flag coming up again.
Well, it's a great play in a 1v1 from Amphis. Unfortunately, Fiber was absolutely gunning it forward, already jumped for what was going to be the bounce, and Amphis dribbled him out completely.
They're going to need you said it, that they might not come together straight away. Fiber and Scrub in particular were the 2 that you pointed out. No, sorry, you were talking about Power. That was Banana Head and Fever. But Pioneers are struggling a little bit here with their new roster as well.
Yeah, it's going to happen with their complete new trio, right?
Yeah, of course.
Not too surprising. On the same note, I think they have a better starting kind of synergy than what we'd see from that Power roster, so that's maybe a little bit of advantage they can eke back in that. Fiber does like to play a little bit more on the defensive. Scrub and Amphis like to push up a bit more.
After winning week 1, I'd be worried if that weren't your opinion. But yes, I agree. They've started quite strongly with the new roster, and still, obviously, as we're seeing now, some hiccups to get through. Huge to an empty field.
There's no reason for him there to not think there'd be somebody there, but unfortunately, a little off the same page from Power. That means 30 seconds left, and the next goal might be what wins it. And Pioneers have a good opportunity here. Couple of players flying past. Boost starting to run low for Power. Torsos does a lot with that air dribble.
Pioneers are making good challenges, I'll give them that, but they are looking like they're maybe not playing a winning game here. They're playing defense. The challenges are coming off of control from Power most of the time. They're going to need a good pass here. Amphis is there, set up to the backboard. He goes. Scrub there, looking for one more shot. We look at overtime. Fever's underneath, still in the air. One from Fiber, down from Torsos, and overtime is found.
It certainly feels like Pioneers are trying to coerce a mistake out from Power. And I'll say, on any other day, maybe we'd be seeing it. But today, Power have been a lot better. There was somewhat of an opening there. Just managing to get a slight touch was Amphis. Keep that out of dodge.
I mean, after having beaten them once, week number 1, it wasn't a close affair either. They really, really did dominate that match. Do you think Pioneers came in with kind of the same game plan and it's just not working?
Maybe some expectations. Maybe they don't have their attack truly set up right now to be multi-dimensional more than anything else, because they've been very clearly just hitting the ball a lot, going for those good 50s, those good challenges in the front half. But unfortunately, a pressure-based playstyle like that, it does require a mistake to happen, usually to score a goal from it. Unless you're going to create something eventually.
I'm surprised we didn't see a mistake out of Pioneers there. They were burned out of boost for that entire attack. This first minute basically has been no boost for Pioneers and an onslaught of an attack from Power, and they've held strong, but they haven't been able to get it out of their half, and now might be the first chance at that good shot upfield, and Fiber can finish it as well. One chance, and that's all they need.
And they've done well to convert, with Fiber absolutely rushing forward, just getting in front of the defender and just putting an extra little bit of power to make sure we would head to that net. So Pioneers get on the board. The timeout works.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Really did put a little bit of a stop there on Power. I don't think they came in quite as quick as the previous game. I don't think they lost any confidence there, but Pioneers definitely gained something out of that, and a little bit of an advantage maybe going both ways there. They just were able to hold even and hold strong to that game throughout a very, very even match, and came out on top with the one goal they needed.
It was 14 shots to 5 for Team Power. They probably didn't have... They sort of had a little bit of that problem that I've talked about in the last game that happened in the past, where rushing a few more of their touches rather than last game where we saw they just waited a little bit to see where the Pioneers defender would start moving to make a better touch. And again, just relax a little bit in that offensive half, I'd say, for Power, and they will probably find that success once again.
I can kind of see it though. I mean, Pioneers came in with the first goal out of the timeout as well. You go in and you just start putting massive amounts of shots on, even if they're not high quality, and you kind of expect to beat down the spirits of your opponents again there. It just didn't work out for them. Pioneers held.
You're right, it could be just a little bit of scoreboard pressure where you just, in the first couple of games they got that early lead. This time didn't have that same opportunity, and that kind of puts a little bit of antsiness, a little bit of fire behind your tail, which doesn't always work in your favour.
Lucky that Fiber wasn't on that earlier. FIFA gets away with that half flip back into control. Fiber with 0 now.
Very interesting gameplay with both teams kind of running around the ball, not really expecting who's going to touch that one. With the crossed wires that came out as well for Pioneers, managed to do quite well for themselves, although they are getting their boost stolen in the back half. So Scrub has to get a good 50, may not get quite enough. Borsos doesn't find the shot though. Seems like Power's had a lot of emphasis on the boost game. Pioneers have been out of boost
so many times in their own half. They're doing very well on defense considering that fact, but you kind of have to throw something at doing that boost-starving game, though, and I think that also might contribute to why some of the shots have just been taken more basically, to be able to send players at those boosts and get the steals down. That's an open net. Great setup from Pioneers, and they're up with the first goal in a second game, back to back.
It's been really interesting because the last 2 goals have come from Fiber pushing forward, and he's spent most of the beginning of the first 2 games stuck on defense the entire 2 times, and now we can see what kind of effect he has in that play where he goes forward for the demo.
I think we're starting to see that repeat as well because of the same fact that we were looking at on Pioneers. Power are not being dynamic with this. They're going for the same playbook every single time, and Pioneers have now responded to it.
I still want to see those passes from Torsos. When we look back at games 1 and 2, Torsos was on absolute fire and getting some crazy touches, and there we go. Torsos on cue passes one over to Banana Head.
I'm smelling toast. I'm really hoping that's my family in the kitchen, but you know what? A little bump like that from Torsos, I could definitely be convinced I'm having a stroke.
Might just be your graphics card as well, so
yeah, true.
Keep an eye out if all of a sudden your monitor goes black.
Torsos? If everything goes black, do I have more concern or less?
For me, Marwan, both screens completely froze, but I could still hear everything going on, so I knew what was happening. But fortunately, I'm going to get back into it. And there's a good shot from Scrub. That's a testing shot, top corner, and Fever manages to do well, but Fiber finally makes the play, and a huge fake in front of nets.
This is one of the weirdest forms of fake I think I've ever seen. Scrub comes directly in front of ball upward. Normally you fake from the side, but no, let's just go straight above the ball and it works.
It's really interesting because we only saw it from kind of a bird's eye perspective there, that fake. I would have loved to see what the defender looked like. Obviously they're thinking that he's coming up from underneath the ball, but in the end he's kind of faking that he's challenging the ball, and he rocked back to make sure the defender did get a touch, that he was going to 50 it, maybe even 50 it into the net.
Emphasis with the pass to Scrub, cut off by Fever. This is looking like a well more dominant Pioneers now. They have come back into this with confidence after a single game to make a difference. Emphas! Are you kidding?
This is sick. That's filthy.
Torsos, no!
It's always Torsos for power as well. I mean, we talked about this recently. A lot of people, angry maybe at Torsos for some of his performances. You can't blame him when he scores an own goal like that.
There's no way. You can't predict that.
Well, you could argue that maybe you shouldn't have taken the risky route off the roof.
Yeah, sure. That was the issue. There was his positioning. Paul got hammered at him. That's insane. And for underneath, the Scrub double commits on it as well. Fiber's got to take control of this with very little boost. Gets it away. This is absolute just confidence from Pioneers. Who sends that?
1-2, and love this from Fiber as well at the end. To make sure, he did put a lot of work in to make that goal happen. He is taking his full rights to convert it into his own goal.
Game 1 and 2, no way he would have gone for that on 6 boost, I don't think. He would have been turning back looking for boost and securing defense, but they're just so on top of the world right now that Pioneers look pretty unbeatable at this moment, and this game is going to have to ring some warning bells for Power as Pioneers are going to even this up.
It's amazing how Power can look so good and then be all of a sudden made to look like chumps own goaling and letting him balls go around the corner. And that's a 5-1 now for Pioneers. What a turn of momentum. They're looking to tie up the series in the next minute.
They're looking to Brazil right now. Tied series or not, you are up in a series in my books if you're winning this dominantly. 6-1, Pioneers looking so good. Of course, you could say that about Power's 8-0 game, which they lost the next game. So let's see if Pioneers can keep this up, I guess.
The thing I've enjoyed about casting Salt Mine recently, the 1v1s, has been the fact that players can forfeit a game, because right now it definitely feels like Power should just be like, all right, I don't want to get Braziled. Let's just get to the next one, not reveal any big secrets to the team, and have a reset.
Not the right touch initially from Emphas, but it turns into a three-man play as Scrub came into the mix there. He's going to get another touch on now. Shot towards Torsos with the save. But realistically, there is no fight back here for Power. They've just got to make adjustments. And I think that comes down to what we were saying before. They need to get dynamic. They've got to play differently. The boost starving game they've been doing all series, it's not working anymore.
They're rushing their touches a bit more in attack, and again, you know, maybe kind of look at the last two games where they've been struggling. They've gone down early in goals, and then they've looked worse and worse the further behind they are. Maybe that's why they'll win a game 8-0 and then lose the next one. It's all about that first goal. But you're right, they need to change it up. We're no longer at a position where Power can win by their teamwork. And we're also not seeing a day where one person's having a field day, like Fever or Banana Head are want to do.
Maybe it's just the car body, apparently. Banana Head is going to make a switch. He's definitely putting his hopes and dreams on that. But I think it also, this very much comes down to props to Pioneers for warming up here. That coming out of the gates initially with more basic shots, just playing super fast, the boost starving game and everything, it worked really well against a team that was still warming up. And Pioneers just are warmed now. They're not going to be not responding to those basic shots no matter how fast they come.
We did call in about that game 2, halfway through the game 2, that still mechanically Pioneers weren't truly on, and a big part of that was seeing Amphis, who is one of the best mechanically in the region, just struggling to even get a flip reset. However, I don't even know if it's necessarily been a warm-up. The biggest thing I've seen is they've acknowledged almost that Amphis isn't having his day, but we have Fiber on our team. They've pushed him up in this game especially. He's been so crucial in that front half, and Amphis has taken much more of a step back, and now all of a sudden their attack looks 10 times better.
Yeah. Cameo there from Banana Head's ceiling, but I think the ceiling we've got to talk about was Torsos.
He does have a very high ceiling. You look at that one, it looks like 5-6 meters up. Yeah. But also, he has an incredibly low floor. He's like playing over an open pit. Sometimes he shows up on match day, and I'm thinking, mate, Gex could fill his shoes right now and still do a decent job.
I think, the floor has come up to meet Pioneers at least, but Power are really, really... They're stretching at the moment to make anything work. So where do you make the changes? We've talked about the problems, but what do you actually do to fix it?
I just want to point out that we've had Fiber on camera a few times. I think that's POV from his own face, because his hair hangs out in front of his face. Probably can't see too much. Maybe just parted his hair a little bit in the last fight because he started waking up. Manford is the one taking that back seat. Will it be Pioneers in Game 5 continuing their momentum from the last two games, or has Power done well off the timeout?
I'm hoping for another own goal, the quality of Torsos. That is just the most perfect thing. Fiber's going to start off right for Pioneers, and Power, the worries start to grow as they concede the first goal here in yet another game.
A bit of credit there to Fiber, gunning forward despite the double commit from his two teammates, but also part of that is Scrub is committing from in front of the ball, so as he goes up to it and he pulled out of his play, he was still recovering back towards his own net.
Even when it required an OT, Pioneers, this series, they've won every game that they've scored the first goal in, and nothing but that. So first goal is scary if you're a Power fan. Pioneers, they are antidote. Torsos gets a great shot on net, just placed well.
There's the boy that needs to step up, Daniel Parsons. Great in the first couple of games. He's already starting to get a loosener here in game number 5. Just a little taste of success once again that may give him the confidence going forwards.
Torsos has been a lot of a winner of a lot of the awards in the RLO Community Awards, and you start to see why when he turns up like this, but it has been a couple of games since we saw why.
Well, he spoke a little too soon because Torsos just completely missed that ball. So, unfortunately, that's the way of the Torsos, the tall goat, because, you know, sometimes he scores an absolute banger and then sometimes he misses the ball.
Actually, we're getting towards that time of year, aren't we?
That's
Viewers
it?
would have to start thinking about it. Scrub! That's just a runaway.
I was going to continue talking. I was going to let you keep talking because I thought that's just well wide of the right post and going to roll up, but it's managed to find its way in.
When you assume.
Continue on. What happens when I assume?
For power. Something about you and me. I don't know. I'll let it go. It's fine.
Damn it. Let's try and get you to swear on a G-rated broadcast. So there we go. Tied up game. It will be Torsos versus the world.
Something about a donkey?
Yeah, make a donkey out of you and me.
Yeah, that's the one. Torsos, great little touch there. It's a good fight back from power here, but it's really just coming out of a few little scrappy bits and pieces here. It doesn't seem like power have completely collected themselves yet.
You're true, you're right, but also Torsos, he doesn't care. He's like, I'm popping off right now. and he's even got a pass down to Fever hit the ball!
Doctors are going to be called on that one.
Torsos is doing everything. I know that Fever may expect that he may miss the ball again, but he got a perfect pass over to him and Fever just wasn't quite ready. He didn't keep enough speed going forward.
Fever to the wall will lose control again. He's really struggling right now. As Banana Head takes it again out of the corner, it comes right in front of net. That actually looks like it might have been off post had it not been dealt with by the defense there. Dangerous situation still from power. Banana Head cuts Fever.
Fiver
That's
also
the
just
confidence.
53 people in a row and won every single one.
Yeah, true.
They still didn't manage to make it pass. It was a good recovery came out from power.
Oh, bang from Scrub. What a save from Fever. He really needed to step up there. He did, but it just doesn't matter.
I thought after all that work, such a good shot, and Fever making a crazy save, that Torsos would come through, but he was getting chased a little bit, just stopped in the way of a potential demo, and that's enough. That gets Pioneers the lead once again.
Fiber's had a fantastic year. I feel like people are still underestimating Fiber a lot, and he, when he's needed, just shows up.
I don't think he's underestimated, but underrated, which is, I think, a really important distinction, because I think everybody knows that Fiber may even be the best mechanical player in OCE, but I think that so many people kind of saw him being overshadowed by Super Locky on that old roster, but I felt Fiber was really consistent across the last year. I think most notably, he was pretty damn good at his first LAN.
I was going to mention that as well,
So I think
he's a LAN player.
He could do well,
and he's also, importantly here, when Pioneers lost the first two games, it shows he's really good under pressure, and that Pioneers were under pressure. They're not now. They are looking very good coming back into this and at an even rate. They haven't won it yet, but definitely Fiber is a factor on that.
That didn't happen in the beginning of the game. In the beginning of the series, I should say, where there were just touches getting hit off the post and the crossbar from power. They were very controlled in their attack, but we see that come back from Fever. Then we saw the desperation where Torsos and Banana Head both dove to try and follow it up and tie up the game, and it's just so much less, it almost feels less prepared from power all around.
Torsos, there's been some nice passes made here, and it does work out. Finally, Power actually not taking those pot shots. They are making the passes, and it works out very, very well. Torsos makes connection with Banana Head, the same way you reached for Fever a little while ago, and this time it goes through.
An element of staying behind that ball to try and push it a little further across from Torsos makes it even harder for the defenders to deal with. So Banana Head reading that passing play quite well, maybe communicated well as well, maybe less good communication coming out from both teams as everybody started missing that ball.
This is more what I expect between these two teams. Both of them panicking each other. Oh, the shot's off, but it goes straight to Fiber. Pioneers back in the lead again, but this is starting to be back and forth. It's getting scrappy. I think both teams are feeling the threat now.
Oh, it's the worst possible situation for Banana Head. He gets that first touch, and he thinks he's going to land on the back wall, just smushes across that post, and ends up recovering even slower than expected. And yeah, he's not going to be too happy that he just ended up inside the net there.
Mutual Demo opens up the midfield for a second. Pioneers are the ones to benefit. They take control, but what a read. The redirect back downfield from Power. Might have been their last opportunity, though, as the clock starts to tick away. Torsos is hoping to hold this up at 0. He's looking for a pass off. It does stay off the ground, but Fiber gets gifted the ball, hammers it at the ground, and Pioneers take a lead in the series. 3 games
in a row. They've fought back nicely. Maybe that idea of being able to get 4 in a row could show that they have reverse sweep potential in the future. Obviously, they don't have to do that now, but a little bit of a confidence statement I saw right at the end there. Something I've been asking Fiber to do all series long was he went up early for a ball from his own half into an open space, and instead of just hitting the ball forward and slamming it away, he actually stayed behind it, looked to make an aerial play, looked to completely keep Power out of possession of the ball. And that's, to me, a sign that Fiber has reached his peak performance here. Scary sign for Power.
Yeah, very, very scary. And yet they kept that close. I mean, there was an even section of that game for quite some time there, and Power had a look in. It's just Pioneers, when they peak, they are going to be possibly the toughest team in the region to beat. I mean, that's yet to be seen.
Shout out to Angry Man, who managed to select the wrong map in that selection, so now we have to wait. I would have been happy to play or to watch Salty Shores. If I was a player, I wouldn't be happy to play on Salty Shores, but it would have been nice new scenery.
But just chuck them onto Starbase Arc, the original. Yeah, that's where
the Octagon one.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I ran a tournament when that map came out. I actually ran a Starbase Arc tournament, and funnily enough, CJ I think won it.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
It's not.
CJ, Kia, and Schnutz, if I recall.
Wow. Okay.
They upset some of the biggest teams of the.
Just when you're telling me the names there, I'm like, wow, Starbase Arc was that long ago.
Oh yeah, it was forever ago.
We're old, Yummy. Even in game terms, we're old. Oh yeah. Okay. Fair. I'll take that. I'll take that on the chin.
Immature.
Fever making a challenge here. Oh, early start from Power, but they can't make the shot count.
To be an early start from Power. In fact, the last 3 games that they've lost, they have conceded that first goal. And I really do feel like they're going to be a team that are better when they're ahead. In fact, I feel like if they get a goal or 2 up, they're going to keep scoring and scoring and scoring. And that's why we keep seeing from them one-sided games either way.
It's that confidence factor. Power struggle on it, and when they've got it, they peak. They can outperform any other team in this region, and have done in the past continuously, proven time and time again. But Power don't have that in their bag right this second. That early goal, that first goal in a game, can make a huge difference to them.
They just get too keen when they're behind. I think subconsciously in their mind they start speeding up a lot more. And they have got Jimmer hopefully still as their coach. I actually don't know if that's confirmed or not. I'm just guessing. And maybe that's an area where he can manage his Fever. What an angle from on high. Gets the first goal. That's the lead Power we're looking for.
Massive spike, read it off the backboard. Scrub was up too and still threaded the needle. That's absolutely right. Power are going to have confidence out of that, not just because it's first goal, but the quality is super high.
Scrub was covering the net, but he was covering it as if Fiber would hit it on the full.
Yeah.
Fever, getting it underneath is crucial. Bounce shot.
off backboard again here. Pioneers looking to enter as soon as possible because that is the only the really saving grace against Power. If you can annihilate the advantage a goal gives them as well, that really does diminish confidence by a lot.
Another missed net coming out from Torsos this time. From Power, they've missed a fair few in this comeback from Pioneers. You can even see Banana Head missed that one. Fever was back to cover.
Amethyst with a great challenge here, but the back pass goes past Fever. Scrubs there, turning the V in Fever into a V there. Fever.
Lovely. Phoebe, of course, steps up here with the little pop-up. And we talked about his ability to take over a series. He's finally done it. 2 plays in a row that lead to goals.
Yeah, absolutely huge from Fever. But Fever's stepping up as well, I suppose. Here, 1-1-1 stats in every category for both Fever and Torsos here as we get to halfway in the game. Looking across at Pioneers, the goals and assists empty, of course, here, and that is very threatening to 0 as we pass half time. Pioneers have to stamp this fire out.
Not going to help if Fiver starts getting in front of the ball too much. That's 2 in a row, actually, as he almost led to the own goal, and Amphis, well, he was sweating.
Fever now on the ground, chasing this again as Scrub takes it to the backboard, pinches up, and that is the saving grace for them, especially with Fever demoed away. But Amphis just cuts through. That's going to be absolutely brutal. He's very lucky that didn't go in.
May have somewhat of an opening, but not quite the angle. Scrub has hit the crossbar as well. It's contagious, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not quite the whiffles, but that crossbar is showing up as a member of the Power team right now. Fiber downfield onto Scrub. Good pass back. Amphis is pre-jumping it to the backboard. Does Fiber have an angle? No, he does have a demo though. Scrub, the pass across Amphis. What a play from Pioneers. The awareness.
I love the awareness. This is what Power are doing so well earlier. Scrub this time. It looks like he wants to take the shot. Sees Amphis on his left side. Threatens both options. And not much the defense can do.
That extra pass, it always gets him. Fiber on for a kickoff that goes back to Amphis, now to the ceiling, pinched forward, almost in. Banana Head nearly own goals it as well, but he does find the post.
Amphis, air dribble roof pinch into the top bins, just comes out. That would have been an absolute beauty. Fortunately, they're going to have to work harder at Amphis. Pass down. Banana Head was ready. Will they be ready for the follow-up? Torsos just makes the save. Look how dangerous Pioneers have become.
I took a clip of it, actually. Last time I saw that go in was off Fever, I think. So to answer that back a few weeks later would be pretty awesome for Pioneers. Now Banana Head pushes back and it's Scrub on ground to receive.
It doesn't quite have the support, but look at that Amphis. He's gone and stolen both boosts. Look for the demo as well. He's hanging forward, gets an extra touch, but he's taken out his own teammate with that as well as his opponents.
Big challenge from Torsos to keep them safe. They're only a 1-goal lead here though, and dying seconds. Pioneers are going to get desperate. We've seen it work before though. Many teams have come out with that 0-second goal. It has to be Pioneers now if they want to keep their lead alive. Amphis will upfield that ball.
Folks, it's looking like a game 7. Fiber cannot get enough of that one. Power get it back. A fight back after losing 3 games in a row. We head to game 7.
Power back in it, and that's scary for Pioneers because I think Power are going to have their confidence back after that. It was not an accident that they won that. They fought really, really well. They are peaking again here, and Power coming back. You've got to expect confidence.
I want to start a petition. I've seen a major injustice in this game. Fever hard carried, scored them both their goals, and he ended up on the bottom of the scoreboard. How is that right, ladies and gentlemen? I want to send a letter, a harshly worded letter to our sponsor, Psyonix, and get them to just add a couple of 100 points to Fever's score.
Retrospectively, get back in there, change it.
It's just unfair. Well, maybe Torsos was ball chasing. He ended up being the MVP. But here we go into Game 7. Willpower managed to bring it back after falling short. Will it be the fight back from Pioneers? The long drive from Scrub.
Not like this! Pioneers are coming back in, all the effort from Power, and suddenly Pioneers have a lead again. What is happening? That's crazy.
He thought that he had the beat on that one, the 50, but Scrub just way too fast, 8 seconds. And I'll tell you what, if there's any time that Power needed a good kickoff, it might be this game.
Banana Head tries to keep that in the opponent's half, but Fiber has a big answer for him. Torsos underneath, Scrub. Good read, actually puts that close to net, but no real threat on for Power. They haven't found an answer to that kickoff goal in the first 30 seconds. That was brutal.
That'll have to be something that they take off their mind. Just go forward, but unfortunately for Power, they have been a team that has struggled when they've been behind in score. We're maybe even seeing it again as Pioneers start closing down that device.
I'd have to say, fortunately for Power, they have Fever, another amazing save coming out there. He has been working the field, and when they are on top, it is Fever that's bringing them there.
Fever's had a good last game. He could be a player that they lean on to just take them across the line. Amphis is going to shut them down in the midfield. Dolan almost goes over the top. In fact, it will be. Torsos has missed a vital touch, and it's a 2-goal lead for Pioneers.
And Scrub saw Fever there. Might have even been the way of that shot that annihilates the last line of defense. And Pioneers up by 2 now. Both of these teams this late in the series have to start looking forward to their matchup, or at least potential there against the Lockies team there. Waiting. Number 1 last week.
It'll have to be a tough journey. Power, we talked about it. Everybody so far has made the journey through essentially the full length of the bracket. Power might be seeing that opportunity go away. To pass down, Torsos doesn't quite get it down to Fever.
Torsos will cut the play off and get it across the net rather than in. That's definitely a positive for Power, but they don't have control of the ball yet. It's gone upfield, deep into Pioneers' hands. Amphis is going to rotate back. A little bit slow here from Pioneers. They're trying to take it easy, and it's not going to be given to them. Power step up and take their first goal of the game.
Power have definitely gone with a throw everything at it approach. We talked about that throughout, that when they are behind, they kind of just want to get forward. They want to score goals. Even in the defensive hand, they've been pushing people forward. It has managed to work. It does create a lot of chaos. Managed to get this first goal back.
Oh, what a touch from Torsos. Fiber did get a demo on him though, which hasn't really held Power back yet, but the respawn is going to be too late to get back onto that for an attack. Torsos with a boom off the backboard as Fiber takes control. Good opportunity, but Banana Head is fast.
Banana Head a little more boost required to make that play he'd like. But now Fever has the opportunity to put that one on. Amphis dives across. It's still not over as Torsos goes flying past with his pre-jump. Dangerous challenge there from Banana Head. If he didn't get contact, it was a goal.
Amphis off backboard, answered by Fever, just barely puts that upward. The 50 from Scrub goes to Banana Head. Not a teammate, and it's downfield again. Power with potential, just can't get this in control when it's on goal line for their opponents.
So seeing that desperation, diving for the backboard for something that was never going to be an opportunity. But Power are looking a lot better. They're looking a lot more threatening at the very least. It's Fiber who's been shutting down a lot of those aerial plays so far. And here's the go. Fever, 50. No boost. Can't get it past Fiber.
He was forced into that 50, but it didn't go anywhere, and now the desperation that we've been talking about out of Power, they are pushed well forward. One goes back now, and it has to be Banana Head. Makes the challenge well. Amphis is not going to go for that. Torsos with low boost might have actually even opted to give that to Fever.
May have. Maybe it was a little bit of fake out on Fever too, but it doesn't matter. Fever's taking it to the other end. He's brought them right back.
If this was an intentional leave because of that 7 boost, that's brilliant. Fever has the control on the ball to just take that. It's straight upfield for a goal, and Power even.
I can't believe Fever managed to dodge the demo from what it looked like Fiber coming in. Even may have used his jump to recover down just before he got hit. That's absolutely wild.
Good pass to Banana Head. Oh, he's got a double as well. Reads it off the defense and gets a second touch into the net, and Power go up by 1. This is game end stuff here. Power might just have gotten the edge they need.
Power were 3-2 down in the series. They were 2-0 down in this game. They've shown that they've got the clutch factor all of a sudden with 50 seconds remaining. They need to hold this lead. Pioneers, maybe now the ones facing down the barrel of defeat.
Crazy to think that they've come from a team that couldn't answer a 1-goal lead if it came at the beginning of the game to now coming back from the 2-goal lead of Pioneers only moments ago in a game 7. Fever's going to make another challenge. It's upfield. Fiber! Oh, he couldn't quite get the touch, the redirect.
It was really a Hail Mary from Fiber. See if he could get some kind of contact with that ball to speed it up. Just as he's running back. 10 seconds.
There it is.
Scrub with 13 seconds on the clock has managed to tie it up. We're looking towards an overtime in game 7.
This is absolutely massive, and we've seen all 3 of these teams be kind of that contest for the top team in the region. There is absolutely nothing between these teams right now, and this could well be a grand final for the level we're seeing played out right now, for the pressure that's on these teams. Game 7, the OT is looking likely. It goes to ground, and there it is.
All these little moments, all these pressure plays, all the boost steals have all led up to this. A complete reset. All that matters is the next little minute, but maybe it's been the 7 games just to get Fever in and what this! Oh my god! That's how it's decided! Power go through in overtime!
After all that, Pioneers went down by 2 games at the beginning. A huge climb back, got the lead in the series. Power come back, even it for a game 7, and take it home in overtime from a massive error. Pioneers crumble under pressure.
You know, Amphis may no longer be on the roster, but you know he's on that team. He really helped out in that final one. Just let the ball get too far past him while he was on low boost. And credit as well to Fever, who's so dangerous in those last couple of games. He is a match winner, and he proved it right here.
Yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, you could say the same thing for Amphis across the field. That really did come down to a tiny margin. Game 7 overtime, it doesn't get any closer than that, and it was done in an extraordinary fashion. Both teams had their ups and downs. I thought Pioneers was actually the more consistent team, even at the outcome of that, but it was the peak performance that prevailed from Power, so a huge push from them, and maybe they do make the run all the way to the end.
Sometimes you just need that one player to step up. Fiber stepped up, all of a sudden you see Pioneers taking the lead, then Fever steps up just at the end to make the difference. They're going to be going on to the grand final, and joining them after this break will be the Gospel of Lockheed.
Through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red Like I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Yeah, know I'm sturdy like a Millie Rocket. Skin clear, still look young, Andy Miller knockers. Money in my pocket, don't call me a money pocket. Engine get to rocket, it sound like a thunder rocket. Yeah, I still love my baby even when it's toxic. Crazy like she Britney, but no, she don't shade the knock. No, Russell Wilson way I get low and stay in the pocket. I get paid and do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, I can't do no trying to leave that gun around. In my teens, we were acting up and running around. Now we're grown, sticking to it if it's necessary. On the ground from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I let up around a month and February. Told him slide, no electric. It's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told him slide, no electric. Yeah. It's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Told me feeling bubbly off the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the soul way.
Yeah, how do I sound with it when I hit the ground? 100-mile finish. My moment now ain't no mouth sentence. I'm on the prowl and my style fitted. My time, give me high fives. Get a picture of the wise guy. What's a wave to a high tide? Never stuck when you my size. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment. I said it's my moment. I came here to own it. Man, it's my moment. Man, it's my, I said it's my moment.
It is grand final times of the Gauntlet Week 3. We hit the halfway mark as well of this competition. There'll be 2 weeks of the Gauntlet after this one. But before we get to that, think about the next 2 weeks. We have to crown a champion. Will it be the reigning champions, Gospel of Lockie? Or Gex will it be? Weirdly enough to say, new champions in power.
Yeah, I mean, they are making their run just as we've seen from the Lockie side here. Gospel of Lockie have done it. Quick Trip Pioneers have done it. Is it time for power? The history kind of tells us it should be. I mean, the lower team making the run has been the case on week 1 and 2. We have, like you said, actually passed the halfway point. That was halfway here. We are at the grand final, so let's see if they can do it. It's Gospel of Lockie to defend their title.
Will be power first up, though. They have been making the run all the way through the bracket today after not winning a single series in the Gauntlet so far. They have finally made their way back, and they would say the rightful spot back in those grand finals.
And seeing really Fever show up there. Torsos has had some very good plays, but I think Fever has been the step up for the team every time they've really hit that peak, and they are going to need it against Gospel Lockie if they are looking anything like last week. But again, have to look at how they come in here and have to have a look at these stats.
They're a team that would be... they definitely are looking to go back international in the future and make that top 8. I think all 3 of the top 3 teams right now would be saying something like that. But they're the ones that they know that they have the experience getting at least close throughout last year. But they can't do it while Fever has stats like this. And that's reminiscent of what's happened wrong in the last 2 weeks. But Pioneers, they're the team right now who won last week, who are hanging out on top.
That's what I was going to mention, actually. That 0.5 is going to change massively, whereas there's been no change yet because Gospel of Lockie haven't had the chance to play. Gus, you were talking about earlier, has really made a big step up. He's kind of come into that conversation of, the best players in the region right now. Super Lucky, of course, is still deep in that conversation. He might have had some slight consistency issues. He's always around that third area performance per event, but does that bring him into number one today?
Well, you got the likes of Hunter, who can be an absolute menace, and Gus, of course, had what I called the worst ever performance in week 1 and backed it up with a fantastic performance in week number 2. So it is going to be the least experienced player, Gus, who hasn't spent a lot of time at the top, that may truly determine the outcome. But it is this man, Super Lucky, who is the consistent factor for a team like this.
Still looking at a relatively low goal count here. We were talking about Power earlier, and that the expectation, they all rock up with over 1.0. Even Super Lucky has 0.75 here, but he has been doing massive work on the defensive front, 1.95, nearly 2 saves per game there, and has been shooting that 3 shots. It seems a little low for me as well, particularly for a team that's sitting on top right now.
Got to see some more demos. 17th, mate. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Just go for it. I know that he hasn't been a high demoing player too much in the past. In fact, all 3 of these players may be more playmaking rather than demoing. But, I definitely expect him, especially against Power, if they get set in defense, to up that number this week.
Well, the numbers are going to be increasing no matter what for Power. They've already made a decent dent, I think, in their own stats this week, but they can continue it. They are trying to take down the title holders right now. Gospel Lucky sitting up on top of this ladder. They're going to have to take their time to warm up here, as it is their first series of the day sitting on top of the ladder, and we have to see if they can really bring it out of the gates with the warmth to not lose a game 1.
Let's head into the grand final. Gospel of Lucky looking to go back to back, or will it be Power, as has happened multiple times in the past, to make that long run through the gauntlet?
That is the benefit, once again, of coming in as the lower team in the gauntlet. You have the Power behind you. Power certainly does. And they are starting off on the back foot. Gospel of Lucky will not make their shot. Hunter can't quite reach the ball there, but Gus will take back control right in front of the net.
Really nice to see Gus moving forward and getting very involved early, showing that confidence, showing that they don't need a warm-up, as Super Lucky just needed a tiny more boost to accelerate that ball.
No boost on him would have been a great start to the match, especially with the amount of control that Gospel Lucky just held in front of their opponent's net. They might be coming in without a series played yet, but they do not look cold. I'll give them that.
They've had all the possession so far, but that doesn't matter when the bump comes through and Fever, his name in lights again.
Yeah, Banana Head really went through and put the pressure on there. Hunter had to dip into net to avoid the demo, and it left an opening for the shot. Power starting off well. Probably expected here, but Gospel Lucky actually did look better up until that moment.
We're the better team, but sometimes the lack of warm-up can just get you in terms of your offensive rotation as a team, and have a few bumps and end up creating somewhat more of an opening, counter-attacking opportunities. That was even an opportunity there for Torsos if he could have got good contact.
It kind of does summarize my point about the last series as well, that, Pioneers look like the more consistent team, but Power have this massive peak on them, and every time they hit it, they get these goals, they get out ahead. Power on it right now.
All it takes is one quick bead in a 2v1 situation. Gus diving, expecting that Torsos is getting the touch, but he just bakes him out completely.
2-0 is damn good start for Power. Gospel Lucky have to respond here. They are looking a little bit slow, but they have had good control. If they can pick that up on pace as well, they should have something to work on here. There's a good start. Gus is the one to step up again. Been talking about him a bit.
Gus, from what was a very hard third man through the early stages of this brand new roster, has now been that player constantly in first or second man, always up front looking to create a goal. So complete turnaround. It shows what 1 or 2 weeks can make the difference for one team.
Oh my goodness, Super Lockie's going to snipe it as well. Great handoff mid-air. Hunter just took the dribble, the call out was made, held it on top of the nose and let go at the last second, teed it up, and the shot makes it in the top left corner.
Another situation today where we see a player on the ball in attack, this time Hunter, just recognizing when the opponent's coming up, just taking enough of a touch at the right time to take him out while not destroying the play.
Gus nearly leading the charge again there, but good save from Torsos, keeps Power alive. And in the contest for another lead here, they might be able to push back.
Power now on the back foot after letting 2 goals, a 2-goal lead, slip out of their grasp and haven't been able to get the possession anymore. It's consistently getting taken away as the demo is going to be enough to block out Torsos from the counter-attack.
Gus now with the dribble and the control. Didn't get a reset on it though, and the team has abandoned defense. That's close. Torsos credited with a shot, but not a goal. Hunter will bat it away a second time, and Torsos will try to reset the attack.
Not going to count that as one of the crossbars of the day. Banana Head, that will maybe count, but it's a double instead. Banana Head following it up. They got the lead back.
Power needed a little bit of solo prowess there from Banana Head at the end. The backboard read by none other than themselves. And Power steps up. It's got to be Banana Head. If you're up against Super Lucky, it's got to be his ex-teammate, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's every player on the top 3 teams are pretty much teamed with each other at one point or another, but I think the biggest connection has always been between those Pioneers players, Scrub, Super Lucky, Banana Heads, all on different teams now, and all will be frothing at the bit to take each other down.
Yeah, exactly. Fever going to put that back towards that corner. Gus makes a good challenge, but answered by Fever. Good positioning there. Just waited for it. Gus might have considered a shot off wall there, but pulled out and just gets back into rotation with Fever demoed there. Didn't really stop a shot from Torsos coming out as he comes off ceiling and looks for Fever. Oh, it's gone far.
Oh, Fever almost made a golden opportunity after over an unscorable goal. May have been the goal that seals the deal to 1 minute 20 remaining. Torsos just going to keep the pressure on, just keep it away from those defenders. This is what we saw at the beginning. Coming out, just keeping possession, keeping control of the ball, never too rushed.
Actually waiting on Super Lucky to really open up his gameplay here. He's been good, don't get me wrong, but he's kind of served a singular purpose for the team so far. He has been the cherry picker, and he can't make the defense here. The bump keeps him away. Banana Head picks one up, and it's a 2-goal lead regained by Power.
You know, Gex, I'm starting to feel like you might be a bit of a Super Lucky hater.
No, absolutely
not.
I think he's probably...
Last week saying
he
you're barely
might
top 5. This week, oh, you know,
barely might not be the right
sometimes
word.
he's good, sometimes he's bad. Now you're saying, oh, I want to see more from Super Lucky. I don't know. Say something nice about Super Lucky right now.
Super Lucky is my favourite player in the region. That's not a lie. Absolutely is right this second, but doesn't necessarily mean I regard him as the number
like
one.
A compliment.
I
don't care.
No, it's against my nature. Stop. Don't make me be nice. It's disgusting. Everybody knows I'm not nice.
Fair enough, fair enough. Super Lucky, is unwilling to give you a compliment, and we'll just leave it at that one for now. 20 seconds remaining, and, wow, my spirits are low. Super Lucky feeling bummed right now. They are going to be losing by 2 goals, it looks like.
No, actually, I think the reason I'm asking for Super Lucky to really come out and bring out the other aspects of his gameplay is because I do want to see it. I do want to see Super Lucky really used in this team with potential. Game 1, it wasn't there. He played well when he was used in the one cherry picker kind of position he was in, but he didn't really get to show himself completely in the team.
You know, I wouldn't put it past Banana Head as well, who top scored by an absolute landslide in this game. To go up against Super Lucky and just, go that little extra mile and start popping off and having that level of performance. But, of course, we do have to see how that goes across the series. I did like how Gus was playing.
Yeah, absolutely. Gus has been, like you said, stepping up over and over again. He's no longer a third man in any roster here. He's come through, and he was leading the charge. Even the setups for Super Lucky, they had to come from Hunter, but Gus was always there to back it up. You could see him waiting for something to go wrong and just take that initiative himself. He was really in position for everything. Very, very positive attitude going into that. They played a winning game.
Head towards game number 2. Full of Lucky. Can they manage just here? Will Super Lucky finally live up to Gex's somewhat milky middle of the road, sorry, milquetoast middle of the road expectations of him?
We both said it. Can come up as third, and this is the number 1 team right this second. He has to be number 1 here to prove it right to me. He has to be number 1 in this match. He has to be stand out.
Number 1 or nothing for Super Lucky now.
Exactly.
And heading down the other road, well, they've been on the defense for the entire first half. A minute. Power are circling, and something nice to see is they're not overcommitting on too many of these plays. Power have unfortunately been a little bit open to the throw the kitchen sink, get a counter-attacks playstyle. You can see here just playing a little bit more relaxed and able to get back in time, maybe turn into a counter-attack at their own, and Fever is a scoring machine.
Super Lucky had a chance here as well, almost made it. Contact on the post actually pushed him outward. It's just bare margins, but 144k off the nose of Super Lucky. His attempt at defense means that Gospel Lucky are going to be crawling back here again. A 1-goal lead found for Power.
Well, I watch the replay and I start questioning myself on whether that was going to be an easier goal if Fever didn't touch it, because it looked like it might have been going at the left-hand side of the net away from Super Lucky, and Fever almost helped it in. That could have been a goal. It's left begging. Gus may be able to convert here. Touch goes a little to the left for the follow-up.
And on head out to Fever there. The ground pinch actually losing a little bit of control for Power, but they do gain it back off of a smart touch into corner. Great pass in. Shot on target. What a save from Gus. Just heads up. Pre-jump positioning there.
So touches from Fever that are so scary, where he looks like he's about to hit the ball, but he kind of just makes sure he bounces underneath it, lands on the backboard, gets a later touch than you expect, and it was the reason why I say Chaucet was so successful back in the day. He's able to outplay, doesn't need boost to do it, doesn't need to be in the air. And Fever that continues doing that in the front half, we may see a second goal.
I miss Chaucet. That is such a gameplay emphasis player as well. I feel like
recently with K-Dop and
is he really? I'm gonna have to go check that out. I definitely want to see Chaucet again. Good touch by Gus. Upfield. Pioneers, Gospel Lucky. I'm going back a series
I
here.
call them Pioneers as well, so don't worry about it.
Gospel Lucky definitely need a bit of a look back into this. I do. It doesn't look like they've got the confidence under them right this second.
Ooh, could have been a shot from Torsos to at least test the defense. You instead get the demo to follow it up. Power have been very much in control of the ball, in control of the shots. Gus has to make a diving save, which uses a lot of his boost. Fever is going to keep it in, and you can see the touches now early on in this game, like early in the last series, have been more about getting it around defenders rather than trying to immediately score, and that's when Power are at their best.
Nana head over to Torsos. Now Fever's on the back line, but with plenty of control and boost to spare. Flick comes out of the corner. Not sure they needed to use the corner for that play there, to be honest.
No, but again, they've been very happy to take the ball around the defenders, make them use their boost, and I think that's why Power...
Oh! No! Gus! Where's the ban button? You can't be missing those, Gus.
Somebody take his name and reverse the 3 letters in it. Oh, that was awful. Oh my god, how does he hit the crossbar with that one? Please!
It takes more talent to miss that than it does to hit the shot in that situation. That's incredible. Props to Gus.
He
really
could have closed his eyes if it would have gone in.
Banana Head with control. Do they make it 2? They certainly didn't concede a goal there that they probably should have.
Well, Fever. I don't know if I can continue on at this point. Well, it should be a tied game. And now it's going to be almost certainly a power victory, surely.
There have been multiple opportunities for Gospel Rocky. There's been openings in the defense from Power, especially that one, but chance was missed massively there. The Gospel Rocky showing their defense as well. They've got 6, make that 7 saves on board.
15 seconds. Maybe Gus can make up for it right here. Or maybe he just gets a demo or 2. There's an...
Can we just, again, the salt mine, can we bring in forfeits? Is that an option? Just out of respect at this point.
Okay, well, let's just say on the power ranking right now of absolutely atrocious net misses, Gus's one was easily S tier. Hunter, I'm going to give that a B tier. You know, he did get faked out by the defender, but he probably should have played the ball.
Yeah, I would agree. Really, unless you're getting down to like E, I expect a player at this level to hit those. You should not be hitting above an E ranked own goal. In it doesn't stop it happening, but you shouldn't.
I want to know. There's no timeout being called. Like, surely you take a timeout after that game. Apparently not. It looks like we're just gonna keep rolling through.
Power looking very, very happy here. Banana Head's grinning. Torsos grinning. Definitely some happy times.
Fever just looked tired. He's like ready to go to bed. He's put in the work already today, so I guess.
So it's time for you guys to peak. Let me rest.
Yeah. Well, Banana Head had a good game 1. Fever, of course, stepping back up for game 2. And now it's Torsos's turn. If they want to do it, maybe it's the turn for somebody. Okay, Super Locky. They just need to get the ball to Super Locky and have him shoot. Surely he's not.
Fever. Oh, the bump as well. Fever's done with this. He wants to go home. He wants to take it out. He's got a cheesecake melting somewhere. He's going to go eat.
He's already home, mate. He's playing from his bedroom. So he doesn't have too far, but he may want to have a bit of a relaxing afternoon off the kickoff. What we expect from Power, a team that really does focus on their kickoffs.
Fever's coming off the wall with good control on the ball. Tries to get it past Gus. Torsos underneath. Takes it high, but not high enough.
He seemed in 2 minds there, Torsos. Yeah. Not sure whether to kind of cut in, make a quick play, go for a dribble, and he ended up not making any decision in the end.
Super Lucky. This is the moment, and he needed to perform there. The flick was decent on power, but not on height, and he needed that.
Torsos pre-jumping Banana Head's play, expecting him to go for the pass. Instead it was the dribble, which is pretty classic for Banana Head. He does love to go for the air dribble from his own half. Fever can't squeeze that one past Gus, so a little bit of redemption coming through for the young lad, the new player here in the top 3. Gus may need to do a lot more. He's still goal behind.
Fever with a good touch to backboard again, as Hunter reads it away. Banana Head. Good collection of that to the backboard. It's just too high, and he couldn't get there.
Boost.
Yeah.
Just ran out right at that very last second, doing such a good setup play with the flip reset. Maybe round number 2 here. Banana Head again gets the touch across. Fever is there.
Great play, and this is just proving the format here. Benefiting that team coming in for the run. They just look so slick right now. Power have really dialed in over the course of the day, and they are performing so well as a team now.
I still just think that like all 3 of the top 3 right now are close enough that if you win the first series, you pretty much prove to yourself you're good enough to beat everyone. And may not even just be the momentum. It's just that kind of game day factor that gets decided in that previous series.
Totally agree. It's small margins despite what we see maybe here at the end. Up against that one team that's been waiting forever. They're up against the most well-formed team in the tournament. Gospel Lucky on 0 right now. They have to show up.
Nothing can go wrong for them right now. Banana Head from midfield. A nice little doink.
Beautiful placement on this. Banana Head just gets under it. Way over Gus. Nobody in sight. Trickles into goal and Power get their third. This is looking like a series that they just have the confidence to put in the bag here.
3-goal lead. And there's still more than half the time remaining. At this point in time, we stop thinking about how do Gospel of Lockie bring it back, and we start thinking about how much can Power win by. Because they've had some really seriously big game wins across the day, starting with an 8-goal game in their very first one.
Especially when the stats for them have not been that high on goal count. It's big to show up on that front here, to change that today. All the teams in that top 3, like you said, have had their chance, and this is the chance for Power. And Fever will strike again. What a read off the crossbar. 4-0. Power just continue their lead. Gospel Lucky look pretty beaten down at this point, and like you said, this is just a growth for Power.
It's just proof that everything is going their way right now. Banana Head looking to pass that across, ends up getting the follow-up touch, the sort of 50 across over to Fever. He flips through it, it comes off the crossbar and just bounces back into a favourable area where he can finish it off. I mean, a few favourable bounces in that play, all to lead to a goal. And when you're the opposition, you just got to laugh at that and just go, okay, well, I guess it's their day.
It's even bigger that Power are standing up with a score this high this time around and unanswered, particularly because Gospel of Lockie haven't had any. We're not calling out Gus this match, right?
Yeah, I mean, are you trying to say something about Super Lockie? Are you trying to say he's not playing well? Or
I was saying that they've done better this match on large errors, and yet Power are still completely cutting them out.
I think Power have played this very well, and it looks like finally all 3 of them having a clean game. You still got Fever just absolutely popping off, showing his class. Banana Head's been stepping up too, but
there it is.
You know, eventually they find a pressure play, and eventually Gospel of Lockie get on the board.
Doesn't look like much from Super Lucky there, but it is definitely positioning. Shows his tenure here. Good game sense to make the turn, be there for that shot, and they're at least not cut out of this completely.
Think they have a chance?
1 minute? No, I don't.
You think they would have had a chance if they took the overtime? The timeout before this?
Yes, I do. I think that would have been the right choice for them here.
And do you think that might have been somebody like Super Lockie's call to me on the timeout?
I don't know. Do they have an official captain?
And so you're saying that Super Lockie made the wrong decision. Oh my god, it's just...
I'd put the blame on Torsos. He is the most tenured on that team. He's got the most experience.
But the blame? No, we're talking about. He's on the other team. He's on Power, right?
What am I talking about? Yes.
Hey, we all have moments like that, mate.
That's Super Lucky. Super Lucky sucks. That's the That's the narrative.
He actually said that he sucks before I used the joke Gus backwards because I didn't want to say suck on broadcast, but I guess we're going with it now.
Gus, does he? Maybe. It's good save from Banana Head though. Hunter makes a challenge. Super Lucky's going to have to be third man on that, but it is over regardless. 0 seconds, and Power have secured game number 3 with a unbelievable, you've got to say, just a dominating match.
Credit to you for casting the last 10 seconds of this game, and credit to Super Lucky to get on the board with his second goal. Fortunately now, for Gospel of Lucky, they face down the barrel of a sweep. They'll have to go for the full reverse, 4 games in a row if they want to win this grand final.
Good to see them pick one up at the end there. It's kind of a given, but anything can change your mentality at this point when you're down, and you can tell they were down. Gospel Lucky need anything they can get, and Super Lucky might be the one to get that as well. The ball rolling, it might be the most important that he is the one to receive that goal. So hopefully Gospel Lucky can take anything that they can out of that and push it into the next game and start their road to a reverse sweep. I just don't see it happening today.
He is the by far most experienced player on the roster. It looks like, again, they're not calling for a timeout. Hunter and Gus, very young, either competitively or in terms of Hunter's case, you know, as a person, as a human being, not been on this planet for very long. And so you want to have somebody like Super Locky who can, you know, keep the spirits high, keep the morale high, and we'll see. We'll see, without a timeout, whether they do manage to put a little bit more into this game.
Had Super Locky drop out here, so
he's just mad that you keep just absolutely
it's on me.
obliterating him every second.
I have demoralized Super Locky. He cares deeply about my opinion.
Yeah, and he's definitely listening as well. He has managed to join, so my apologies. You know, actually, Gex's apologies for the delay, and we will be right back into it in short order.
I've been thrown under the bus today. I'm complaining to management. How do you work under these conditions? So it's all on Yummy. That's my claim.
Actually, let's just blame Dover at this point in time.
That's the usual go-to. I'm happy with that. I can fall back on that.
Looks like some car changes as well might have gone on, but either way, Super Locky got disconnected and has reconnected now, and it will be just a few moments over. I mean, maybe Super Locky, maybe Gospel of Locky will want it to be as done with as quick as Fever at this point in time, because it hasn't been a good looking affair for them so far.
I mean, the one person on Gospel Locky I definitely wouldn't be saying this was the fault of is Super Locky, actually. Maybe he should be the one to make the timeout call, absolutely. But there's been some massive errors here from Gus. Hunter has been much more impressive to me in the past. Super Locky has just been kind of holding a steady midfield, and yes, we should be asking more of him than that, but I can't really complain either.
I do make a point with Hunter is that, you know, he can be that good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, maybe just hasn't found his groove, you know, his rhythm in this song. Like Fever took quite a while, you know, almost the end of the first series and the end of the second series that they played when he stepped up, and now he's finally found that rhythm. But it was a really tough journey for him.
And Hunter now coming in with the least experience. The least experience makes a big difference on how you warm up into a series as well. Like, you just get a feel for how to do that to yourself, how to get yourself pumped, how to get yourself moving around the field. And you do see that from the better players coming through, the older players coming through. They get themselves in here, but it hasn't been the case. Gospel Locky don't look like they're here even now to me.
Yeah, for Fever, it's always how does he get involved in the game, because his natural reaction is to kind of play that more defensive role. Once he gets that kind of forward momentum, that's when he gets involved. For Hunter, I feel like it's the opposite. His natural tendency is to want to be on the ball, and then he just doesn't give himself enough room. So yeah, that could be the difference here.
Gus underneath with control, with the ability to flick here, but the smoke screen on Super Locky didn't let him through for the shot. Does try to make use of his positioning. It's going to go back to Gus. They still have control. Gospel Locky might be able to make the first goal for the first time, but it does get away.
Just managing to avoid that air dribble bump that Gus was threatening with. It looks very good from a spectator's POV. Anahead is once again looking to play that controlling game from Power. They're more focused, winning the ball away from those defenders, stealing the boost away, but a mix-up between Torsos and Banana Head. How many times have we seen that today?
Oh, what a bump from Hunter! My goodness, Gus is going to put it away, but what a play from Hunter. Opened this up, really secured the goal for them.
Almost the full air dribble bump play that Gus went for, but more just a pop and go over there from Hunter. The first goal, a vital one if Gospel or Locky are to make a comeback here.
Torsos out of the corner. Hunter to make the challenge. It does go deep downfield, but midfield is covered. It's back in Power's hands, and they are not going to take that one goal lying down.
Power are going to continue pushing further up the pitch, but have had some problems with over-aggression sometimes in the past, or more so rushing themselves in that attacking half once they are down a goal. Fever's not going to rush himself now. Early up, there's a pre-jump, but the pre-jump misses.
Super lucky to corner. Didn't get a second on it, but does have the ability to chase this forward. Picks up the opponent's boost, nearly takes the shot themselves. It's saved away off the post. Hunter makes a challenge, answered immediately, and it's back downfield.
Fever still looking deadly in that front half. It's been more Banana Head and Torsos attempting to get bumps, boost steals, while Fever does as much as he possibly can. Super Lucky was looking for the bump on the counter attack. Instead, Hunter, maybe an extra touch that takes it past Super Lucky.
Was a incredibly tough read there, that pre-jump. Shot on target from Gus. Fever is there comfortably. Hunter to the backboard, can't get a bump. Might have actually been planning to just take Fever out of that play, and that could have made a difference, but it's not to be. It's good control from Gospel Rocky though, and way more chances than we've seen for the rest of this series.
Touch from Hunter, just a little too far behind his teammate to continue on the play, but Super Lucky collects, looks for the double. Torsos awkward, backwards on the backboard is not the place that you want to be, but he's managed to do just enough to keep them out.
I was actually expecting a reset fake from Lockie there and went to backboard for a more basic play.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Hunter, the flick. I don't know how Banana Head gets to that. Fantastic defense has been shown by Power because Gospel or Lockie are showing up now.
Yeah, Super Lucky was going for the demo, they're going for the bump, and Banana Head avoids, still managed to get a touch, but having to force your opponents into crazy plays is easily the best way of making them make mistakes at the same time, testing them as much as possible. But there we go, Torsos. What a recovery, and what an angle on that.
Saving grace from Super Lucky there though. As Gus moves forward for the mid boost, Hunter will get it upfield. Does he have control out of this though? It's going to be a tough one to retain, and they do lose it. Nobody in defense in fact, but nobody on for a shot either. As Power
players from Power are committed, and that meant that they're going to stay that one goal behind. 3 seconds left. Torsos up to Fever. This could be the moment. Hits the roof and can't get the follow. Gospel of Lockie get on the board.
Is it the start? The reverse sweep. The capacity has to be there from them if they want to retain their winning title from this tournament. Or will it be the third of the big three coming through and Power taking their first victory in the Gauntlet?
A little look behind the scenes, just opening the curtain just a little bit. We'll find out that our producer Dover pretty much already called the end of the series at the beginning of that game. Halfway through that game, he already gave the end of show speech and everything. But unfortunately, he did not expect that Gospel of Lockie would bring it back as well as they did, and a lot more of a controlling affair. I still think that first goal, getting into the lead, is going to be so crucial throughout the rest of the series.
See, Dover's a much bigger Super Lucky header than me. That's I think we've put the blame in the wrong place. Are you comfortable to switch over to Dover? I'm comfortable.
I think you're both very big Super Lucky haters, to be honest. Just because he outclasses you with a Super Lucky hate doesn't mean that you don't.
There is a ranking for that. I'm going to do a list. Super Lucky hate.
We'll see who lands on top of that one. Maybe part of that adjudication will come out in this series. It'll be interesting to see as well how Power start playing other than not a goal behind. Once the goals have reset, start maybe slowing down a few of their touches, although Fever in for the immediate shot on it this time.
Super Lucky, it's good upfield. Gus is going to slow it down so it comes off the backboard, but Fever has an answer. Very well chased. Got some control out of that, and they will maintain it as well. Banana Head makes a play. Torsos can't get to that as Super Lucky chases it out. Back down the other end. Off the backboard. Chances, but Banana Head is there.
Great extra touch. Banana Head starting to find that little flow state off the wall. Fever just takes this early shot. Gus slowed himself down, expecting a potential solo play, and Fever's caught him off guard.
Yeah, Gus actually put the brakes on, and Fever just puts one on target. It's all it takes. 109, definitely a fast shot, but we've seen that beaten out before. Should have been a save from Gus, but Power gets on top again. Scary position for Gospel Lucky.
This is when you know Fever's at his best, when he's controlling his plays and being a little less predictable. Sometimes going for the solo plays, which we've seen quite a fair bit in this game. And then knowing when to turn up that speed. There we go, Super Lucky over Fever. Gone the other way, and it's a tied game again.
Yeah, no more Super Lucky hate here. This is the shot taken straight off the back of Gus and beats out Fever by the narrowest of margins. Super Lucky, if nothing else, he has been positioning well for this series. He has been always available. It's just been needed to make these plays.
I like the smart nature of looking like he's going to smash that ball and then kind of putting it behind. There's the bump play, but Super Lucky avoids it. Defense, offense, this man's got everything.
Torsos is rising to this. Comes off.
Close opportunity. Banana Head's going to show him how it's done. Almost gets the pogo as well. It's starting to almost feel like Fever and Banana Head going for the freestyle play. Banana Head, another chance. Hits the backboard underneath. And saved! Hunter comes out from the back of the net.
Where are the Hunter haters? They're the ones being really answered here. Hunter is showing up. He is absolutely, since we mentioned it, Hunter has taken a step up. And there it is from Torsos, another one
Gex.
from Power.
Say something else about Hunter, because that's when he falls apart, apparently. Although he was more just the first man on this play, taken out originally by that first touch. Power, 1 goal leads, and if Hunter continues showing the confidence, maybe he can bring it back.
Yeah, not sure I can put the blame on Hunter for that one. No answer to the counter-attack from Super Lucky or Gus on the other end. It was a quick one, though. You've got to give credit to Power. They turned that around so fast. Big beat there by Gus to send it high and in. Super Lucky trying to at least reach Fever. Nothing found, ball or otherwise. And it's danger again for Gospel of Lucky.
Rough touch in the defense. It's kept them pressured, and luckily Super Lucky has plenty of boost to try and give his team enough time as Hunter recovers, gets the boost. Gus got the back corner boost, and Super Lucky saved them in that situation. That being said, with the amount of attack, amount of shots that Power have been putting on, seem out of danger for too long.
Super Lucky, the cut in, nearly gets Torsos, but spread out. Hunter gets demoed away after a decent touch out of corner. It will actually benefit the team in the long run with the help of Gus. They get it downfield. Gus again up. Slight touch. Did mean to get a second on that, but it's going to go away.
Head tries to stay behind the ball. They're happy to keep this clinched into the corner, maybe while they have the lead. That is an advantageous position. Torsos gets the 50, but Gus trying to get the speed up, gets the boost. No, it's stolen from right underneath him, and that might stop the attack.
Hunter might have been the one to go on the play there, dangerous as it was. Best position they've been in for a little while there, and they do lose it. So Super Lucky off the ceiling does get a really nice read off the wall, but Fever has gifted a free ball in the midfield.
Fever has been looking good in the air, but that time the ball to get away with them, not the great first touch, and now here's the best opportunity possible for Gospel of Lucky. Super Lucky. It's a good first touch, but every single time it happens, just one player from Power is being able to make the clear.
Comes across to Banana Head. A shot downfield. Power just seem happy to keep batting it down there, though. They're looking for control. They know they can win this off of that single goal advantage they've got, and the timer is ticking away.
It's their main focus right now, is they're trying to hold on to that lead by just touching the ball around, past the players, just speeding them just by a mere inch and forcing them to use their boost. Gospel of Lucky, not even a threat of their own goal, but they have 20 seconds. They have to get to the other end.
Power certainly will take a goal if they can, though, and almost did there. A fight back from Gospel of Lucky, and it might be the last chance they have. Put downfield, Hunter has to get good contact on this. Does, out of corner, in for Super Lucky. Has to be Gus now. No time left on the clock as Gus takes great control. The pinch in, but the answer's there, and Power steps up to hold the lead. 1 goal is all it takes, and they will claim the victory.
Gauntlet Week 3 champions, Team Power. And what a fight back after the last series had to go to Game 7 overtime. Fever really having an outing at the end of the day, and the end of the last two series being incredibly impactful as well. And oh my god, I can see the camera right now of Gex. Look how happy he is that Super Lucky lost. Oh, he's having a field day right now.
I'm thrilled, yeah. No, it is good to have... I'll tell you what I am smiling about is that it's good to have all three of these top three make that run. It's proof that the concept is exactly what we thought it was. They have come through. Power have made the lower run all the way to the top, just like the other two, and now we've got these three kind of on even footing again as far as the entire tournament is concerned.
It makes for a really interesting upcoming finals. As we said, this is the end of week 3. 2 more weeks after this. And the top 4 teams at the end will be in the upper bracket of the finals. The bottom, the next 4 teams will be in the lower bracket. So there's definitely a big fight for the 4th place right now, looking kind of like Gremlin, Surani, Gaming Gamers in their positions. But there's really a big fight here between the top 3. Look, they're all 3 on the exact same points, and it's all maybe going to come down to those finals where, if you guys don't know, that's where the majority of the prize pool, that's where $15,000 is just in that one weekend.
It's absolutely huge pressure for these teams to perform at those 39 points. Quick Trip Pioneers, Gospel Locky, and Power, these are the 3 that you are really concerned about. The ones that are absolutely gunning for that top spot, and they have all performed pretty much identically in their own weekends, respectively.
All done incredibly well for themselves, all made long runs. Now we're kind of in that position where somebody has to step up, or maybe it'll be another long run and it'll just be a complete turn cycle of who would it be? Pioneers, right? That would make next week's long run and continue that on. But that is also what it's like having a week off, or even I think there might be 2 weeks off at some point, maybe after this week, to go hit the drawing board, hit the scrims. All of these teams are often have made changes in their roster or are completely brand new, and in that time you can make a lot of improvements.
It shows that there's work to be done on the front of some of the OCE teams here to just get their ball rolling earlier in these series. These game 1 losses when you're coming in cold, it's a symptom of all 3, and it's been the downfall of all 3 at different times as well. So definitely a big focus going into the end of this tournament.
We're going to give the MVP of the day to Fever.
I think so. Absolutely. Yeah.
Fever can take the MVP. I can definitely tell you that his stats that were some of the bottom stats of the table after the first 2 weeks
They're gonna be
have been massively improved. So I'm looking forward to seeing the stats coming up on the screen next week. Dover, I know we're ready for end of show. I know there's a break at some point, or it's definitely on next week, right? The next 2 weeks. Okay, next weekend we are not on, but we will be on the 2 weekends after that, and then of course the finals afterwards. So we're going to be going away for a little weekend off. Dover said, I'm lazy, he doesn't want to do any work. Gex will still be running his party. That's the I like celebrating Super Locky's loss over the next weekend, and hopefully you guys do enjoy that weekend off. That's us here for the Gauntlet Week 3. We'll see you in a couple of weeks' time.
welcome.